Good to see everybody here tonight. Thank you for being here. The regular council meeting of El Portal for Tuesday, July 27, 2021 is called to order at 7:01 p.m. First, we'll have a moment of silent meditation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call, Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Erbaum.
Present.
Councilperson Perella.
Here.
Councilperson Ward.
Here.
Councilperson Martin.
Here.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christy Alou, Village Manager, and Attorney Geller is running late.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. Next is the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any additions or deletions to the agenda or any changes that they would like to make to the agenda?
I do. I just would like to ask if I could add one item of new business at the end. I'll be brief, I promise. Just some code enforcement.
Okay, code enforcement, new business.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
can we move the items that needed to be voted on to the beginning? So I have a family matter to attend, and I would like to,
Okay,
if I could.
I have no problem with that. So you have a family member to attend, Councilperson Perella. We have voting items. Mostly all of our voting items are resolutions and ordinances. So would anybody on the council have an objection to doing resolutions and ordinances after the F, after acknowledgement of visitors and special presentations and good and welfare? Then we can do the resolutions and ordinances first and then do the agenda items later. This is kind of good also because the majority of our guests for resolutions and ordinances are here, so we can not have all of our guests wait so long. Do I have any other changes, additions, or deletions to the agenda? No. With the changes to the agenda, do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the agenda with the voting items moved ahead of H and with the item of new business added to the end.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I apologize. I heard you. I was not trying to interrupt.
No problem.
We're approving this agenda. Approval of minutes for the following meeting. Are we there yet?
We're not there yet. That would be next.
Then I have no idea.
Thank you very much. All in favor? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay. Next is the approval of the minutes for the last meeting. So the approval of the minutes for June 22nd regular council meeting. Do I have any questions about that? If not, do I have a motion? No problem. Have a motion by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilor Lightfoot Ward, the floor is yours.
I'll second. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't hear a second.
Yes,
I'll second.
second by Vice Mayor Erbaum. Councilperson
Okay.
Lightfoot Ward.
It's a Scribner notation. The adjournment needs correcting. It does not show the vote correctly on the minutes. It doesn't, no, it
When we
doesn't.
adjourn, we do all in favor? Okay. We can get that adjustment taken care of. With the adjustment, you have a motion to approve?
Yes, I moved that. I did move it.
Motion to approve by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward with the adjustment, second by Vice Mayor Erbaum with the adjustment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Moving on to F, acknowledgement of visitors and or special presentations. All right, give me a second. If the council would please join me up here, please. Thank you very much. This is a long overdue. Let me just say that, throughout our lifetimes, we'll always work. Am I coming out distorted? Does it sound okay? Am I okay? All right. Throughout our lifetimes, we'll always work with different individuals, different personalities, different work ethics, different dedication, different levels of professionalism and things like that. And, I've had the pleasure to, once becoming mayor, you start to work with certain individuals much closer than you did maybe previously, just because all the meetings that you have to share and all the different organizations that you have to be a part of in this partnership. And our village manager, Ms. Christia Liu, is an individual that throughout my entire life, she is one of the most professional, one of the most dedicated individuals, and her work ethic is above the roof. And let me just say that, Madam Manager, in this business that we're in, you're not going to always be loved or liked, but you have to be consistent. You can't show favoritism. And you have to be organized and dedicated to your job, organized and dedicated, because when you're organized, it helps the village move further, faster. And working alongside you, I've learned so much. And let me just say this, you guys. She is so organized. If you go in her office and ask her for anything, it can go back 10 years, 12 years. She'll roll her chair back, grab some folder from behind her, and say, "Oh, it's right here." And I'm like, "Man, where'd that folder come from?" Every time that I've ever not only asked her to do something, but even when I think about it, I'll be on the phone with her and I'll say, you know what, Madam Manager, you know what I was thinking about doing for the village? I was thinking about starting this, right? You guys will hear when I do the State of the Union about the whole thing with the sandbags and stuff. Vice Mayor Urban already knows because we were on a Zoom call recently where he heard about it. So I'll think about different things that I want to implement and bring to the village. And let me tell you, within 30 minutes, I'm getting an email. I'm CC'd on the email where she's already has that in motion. Not even something I told her to do, something I was thinking. Like, Madam Manager, I was thinking maybe that I should try to implement this. And she already has it moved. I never have to ask her twice. And so when you have these things, and now the way the village is with all the businesses coming in, right? With the road work and street repair that Councilperson Perella and Vice Mayor Urban so much put to the forefront. When you have the infrastructure, when you have these lobbying efforts, when you have all our connections in Tallahassee, when you had us having to fix the relationships so that we could get money coming in here, you were essential into how we've improved as a village. And we really appreciate you and all your dedication. I'm gonna let other members of the council speak really quickly before we present you with your award.
Yes, just to echo the mayor's comments that Manager Liu is incredibly responsive and diligent, and there are times where not sure exactly where to go or what the path is, but she has always been willing to find a path and figure out where to go. So just want to echo the mayor's comments and say thank you sincerely for your dedication to the village.
I didn't know what this award was about, but now I know that he wanted to keep it a secret. That's okay. That's fine. Well, you really are good. You picked up the baton very quickly, Manager Alou. You picked it up very quickly, but you were most importantly you were honest. I've never been village manager, but I can do this. You remember that conversation we were back in the back before I was even on the council? And you did that. You really did. You learned a tremendous amount of stuff. My being a professional city manager, you learned a lot in a very short period of time, not because you couldn't, but because you could. And I didn't even know this was going to do this tonight, but I know about the increase every year in salary, but that's not telling us anything. It's telling the people, you don't just have a person that's just doing a job. You have a person that's committed to doing the job. And so I would hate to see anything adverse happen, or you just turn around and say, I got a better job, y'all. Thanks for training me, be a city manager, and then you're going on about your business. But it could happen, and then nobody would blame you at all. But you've been excellent for this village. Hope you stick around a little bit longer. Jason was 10 years, right? Jason was 10 years. He had no idea he would been that long here at the village. But he did a good job. You stepped into some pretty big shoes before it got all ugly. You stepped in some pretty big administrative shoes and you made it work. Thank you so much for treating us like you really wanted to be here. And thank you. And we're not saying goodbye tonight. We're just saying thank you, right? No, don't be telling me that you got a resignation in 2 weeks, that type of thing. But thank you so much. You've been quite professional and we appreciate you much.
Well, Madam Manager, I didn't know that this is what we were doing tonight either, but it's well deserved. You have a very tough job. You have a lot of balls perpetually in the air, a lot of personalities to manage, and you still managed to do it well. So congratulations, and it is well deserved.
Yeah, I didn't know either. But yeah, thank you. It's been quite a training, right? But yeah, this is well deserved. And just thank you.
Thank you, everybody from the council. First of all, I don't know how y'all didn't know what this was about. It's on the agenda. It says manager appreciation. I couldn't let her know exactly what it was, right? We're trying to surprise her. Madam Manager, if you would please come up, please.
We'll forgive him this time.
I really appreciate all of that. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. And it's heavy. Oh, well, thank you so much. This really is beautiful. And the sentiment behind it is just as beautiful. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mayor Nickerson. It's been a pleasure working with you as the Vice Mayor and now Mayor of El Portal. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the members of the council, and my colleagues, Mr. Jacoby, Mr. Geller, and I see Chief Magnuson is here as well as Mr. Wallace. I thank you all as well, and Mr. Rubio, who has been invaluable to me as well. I know you all didn't know about this either, but I do thank you because it takes all of us. It takes a village to run a village. So I appreciate everything that you all do as well. I mean, it has been challenging. I've been the manager here for 4 years. Next month, it'll be 4 years. And it has been challenging, and it's been exhausting in the rougher times. It's been exhilarating in the better times, but it's always satisfying. So I do thank you all for contributing to that. I also want to acknowledge my daughter who is here. I'm a single mother. My daughter is right here, Victoria Palma Alou White. And Victoria, I mean, she has been to so many community events, council meetings, but more than that, she's been at home waiting for me for many events and even waiting for me to get off Zoom meetings and get from in front of the computer to put time in with her. But I want to acknowledge you and thank you too, because without your patience and understanding, I wouldn't be able to do this. Also, I want to show you that good work ethic and working hard can be recognized and rewarded. So this is for you. So to El Fertel, thank you all. And I really appreciate that the residents have also trusted me with this role. So thank you. Thank you.
We're so used to smiling, you can still smile under the thing.
Thank you.
Did you see my cousin won yesterday? The medal for swimming?
Swimming, Jacoby.
I
Yeah.
don't know, but it's my cousin now.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Everybody was calling Joel and I last night.
Yes, 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 yes.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys. Next, we have good and welfare. If anybody from the audience wants to come up and talk about anything on the agenda right now, this is your time to do so. You can come up and say your name and address for the record and come up and talk about anything that's on the agenda, you guys. There will be another good and welfare at the end for if you want to talk about anything at all, okay? And when we go through every item, you guys will have a moment to speak before we take our vote also, okay? All right. Moving on, we're going to move on. The first thing we're going to do are the resolutions and ordinances. The first one is resolution I-1. Resolution I-1, this is resolution for 8990 North Miami Court. I'm going to have the village attorney, Attorney Geller, read
Yes,
that
sir.
into the record for us.
Resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for new construction of a 2,900 square foot, one-story residence in Zone 3, suburban residence in the Village of El Portal, an application by Monica Munoz, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. I appreciate that. By any chance on Zoom, do we have Camilla and the architects on Zoom also? And okay. Is she there? Camilla, can you hear us?
Hi, good evening. Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you very much. Do we also have the applicant or representative of the applicant here for this property?
I would have to do the translation.
Oh, yeah.
And also the architect should be on Zoom. She's on Zoom?
Oh, yeah. What? Can you bring her over, please?
Yes, I am here. Hi, good afternoon.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Camilla, last time we had this in the committee, it was staff recommendation with approval. It's still that. last time we had conditions. Are we okay with all those conditions? Are they met? That's the first question that I have before I open it to the council.
Yes, yes,
They
they
were
have
gen-
been
they were
met. There
general-
were
they
no
were-
changes.
Okay. There were no changes because they were general conditions. They weren't but specific conditions.
Yes, correct. And
Okay.
there have been no changes from the committee to this meeting in the application.
Thank you very much. Before I say anything else, I'm going to open up to the council. Do you have any questions for Camilla, for the architect who represents the property, you guys?
No.
No?
Not for me.
All right, hearing none. Is there any questions or comments from the audience? Open it up to the audience. No? Madam Clerk, may I please have a motion to approve oh, no, I'm sorry. May I please have a motion to approve this resolution I-1?
I'll move. Second then.
Okay, moved by Councilperson Perella, second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Urbom.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Next, we have an ordinance. This is I-2. This is an ordinance. This is the second reading, you guys. Swells within Zone 3. Attorney Geller, can you please read that into the record for us, please?
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Village of El Portal, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 24, Zoning and Land Development Code, Section 24-22, Other General Regulations. Number 1, swales, providing for updated swale maintenance regulations, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, repeal or severability, codification, and an effective date. This is second reading, Mayor, a public hearing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. You guys, when we were doing this in the committee, we were discussing, and the discussion was, we were kind of trying to come to a decision about exactly what we were going to permit in the swales. I don't know if you guys wanted to be just grass, or we had a discussion about that, or do we want to also allow individuals to use, permeable materials like pavers that may have spaces and things like that, that could also look nice. We definitely wanted to get rid of the small gravel that eventually, looks bad and gets weighed down and things like that. But I think our main question was if we wanted to go just with grass only allowed, or if we wanted to go with grass and other possible permeable materials, which you guys see in the images that are right there on the staff report. Is there any further discussion on that? I think I brought that up, and I'll stop right here. I brought that up, but I also brought up saying that, in places like Sherwood Forest, where there's a lot of trees, grass just doesn't really grow. So I think we should also consider that when we're talking about if we're going to say that people can only use grass in their swell. There's some places where there's a lot of trees where grass just doesn't grow. The sunlight just doesn't get through because of the tree canopy. That's something we should consider as we're discussing this matter. But I'm going to open up to the council. Oh, yes, Attorney Geller.
Mayor, all that was discussed, but I do want to remind the council, as drafted, and I'll defer also to Camila Zabla, but as drafted, I believe all it does is outlaw gravel. My understanding was you wanted to consider and discuss it further, but in the meantime, go ahead and outlaw gravel. Ms. Zabla, am I recalling that correctly?
Yes, Attorney Geller, thank you. If
I can
Mr.
answer.
Mayor.
He is. I looked at the notes, Attorney Geller. Mr. Mayor, that was the issue. No gravel in the swell area.
That is true. And Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I think we should be as least restrictive as possible. I do think that just the prohibition on gravel, because it poses a projectile danger, is reasonable. But I also think that residents should have the flexibility to determine other materials that they might want to include in their swales.
Well, I'm sorry if I may. I think grass should be the only option. I mean, if they need to use the easement, they have to apply for a variance anyway, right? if they wanted to put pavers and if they want to, if they need the space for parking and stuff like that. But as far as like covering concerns, it should be just grass. It just looks a lot more, aesthetically nicer. It adds more beauty to the streets than start putting all sort of materials that they're not really. You don't see that in any other city.
I could see that point, but
Yeah.
the beauty part is subjective, and I'm just wary of
No, not gravel. I
prohibiting.
mean, no gravel at all.
Yeah, but the
Right.
beauty of grass or the superiority of grass, given what the mayor was discussing as far as it not being sustainable in certain areas in the village, as well as the subjective nature of it, I think if we're talking about our code, we want to keep the subjectivity out of it as much as possible, and I would just do the prohibition on gravel. But that's my opinion on it. I'll let you guys discuss the rest.
Let me just jump in really quickly, you guys. I understand what you guys were saying about the prohibition of gravel, which is true. But if you guys look at the ordinance itself, if you guys look under swells, the I section under swells, the highlighted area says, the swell shall be maintained with live vegetation material such as grass or plantings, period. Substances, including asphalt, rocks, gravel, dirt, mulch, pavers, turf blocks, artificial turf, and other materials which prevent percolation are not permitted in the swell. So this here in the ordinance says that it's more than just, it says that even pavers and things like that are not permitted. And so that's a discussion that was never decided. So we spoke about it, but it was never brought to a decision, which is why I brought up that where we left off was discussion was, are we going to say only grass, or are we going to also allow pavers where that where it allows water to get through.
Is Camila on the line? Is there a way that you can, because I remember seeing on that list that there are pavers that do and somehow allow water to, I guess, get in between them, permeable pavers.
Yeah.
Is that an option? Because I wouldn't want to restrict that.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I think
don't wanna
that
restrict
broad
those.
title of pavers is a little broad and too inclusive. Maybe Camila can give
I
us some
think that
guidance.
has to be very clear because there's two types of application for pavers, and one is over cement and one is over sand. Obviously, the one over sand is the one that will allow some water to,
Yeah, well,
drain
maybe
and
we
whatever.
we probably need to flesh that out.
Ms. Zabla, do you have not only the staff recommendation in front of you, but do you also have the ordinance in front of you by any chance?
I do have the documents. And I remember from the discussion in P&Z, and all the points are valid. I'm not sure, and Attorney Geller, you can help us answer. I'm not sure if the language can be amended because we provided these materials because it's true, there are pavers that can be permeable. And the greatest risk is to not have any projectile threats, which would be the gravel. And of course, to ultimately deter people from parking on the swale is also one of the reasons why some materials are allowed.
Thank you. Attorney Geller, so the question is that highlighted area, that number 2 under swells, right before section 3, on the ordinance itself, that says that the swell shall be maintained with live vegetation material such as grass or plantings, period. If we adjust that to say that we also allow pavers and other permeable materials, do we have to go back to a first reading? Is that enough change to the ordinance where we have to do a new first reading ordinance, or is that a minor change to where we can stay here with the second reading?
It's a close issue, Mayor. I would say that you do not need to return to a first reading because although it is arguable fairly either way, but the issue of what exactly you're going to permit is squarely the issue that's noticed and advertised, and anyone in the public that wants to be heard on what should or should not be allowed as a material is fairly on notice that that's going to be what this council is going to consider. So my judgment is that no, you can amend it within reasonable boundaries and not have to go back to a first reading.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Really appreciate that. Before I open it up for the audience, for anybody to say what they want to say, do I have a motion to amend the ordinance to not only have grass and plantings, but to include the staff recommendation materials, which were the permeable materials such as pavers.
Before we get there, I have
No problem.
one comment if I can.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So just to remind the council that this is not a small issue. This is fairly impactful and fairly significant. It ties into what our vision is regarding the comprehensive plan. It ties into our vision for resilient streets. It ties into answering questions with finality for residents who are looking to make changes to their swale. And the original discussion that took place was two parts. One, how do we encourage flood mitigation by having more permeable swales because of the number of swales we currently have, which are simply asphalt. Additionally, we are trying to mitigate the amount of street parking by limiting people's ability to park in the swales. And so specifically not allowing things like gravel and rock was discussed as a way to discourage people from redesigning their swales so that additional parking became available in the swale. And so, I think this is a more significant issue than it looks on the face. And then you can get into detail. For example, my swale has a bit of elevation to it. It's like a rounded kind of a mound thing, right? So even if I put gravel on my swale, I'm still not going to park my car there because it's, not flat, it's not level, and then there's two large trees there. So, if someone had no intention or even not the ability to park, then would they be eligible for variance, as it stands? So, I would just remind the council that all of these issues are at play here, and those two primary functions of flood mitigation, and then really trying to get to a place where we really do have more green swales and less street parking was part of were the two primary reasons for bringing this up in the first place. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I think Councilperson Perrella, you were about to.
Yes, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Do you have something to say? Okay, yeah. Before the vote or anything, what if I ask Camila, what's the staff recommendation? What kind of covering are you guys recommending? It's just grass, right?
Yes, that is our recommendation. That is what the form-based code calls for.
Because if you think about it, mulch and artificial turf, they are also permeable, right?
Yes, they are. They are
But
permanent.
they're just not, it's horrible. It's,
Right,
you
and then-
cannot have,
If I remember correctly, Dr. Lightfoot Ward, you were saying, and I witnessed this with my neighbors, is that sometimes you can put down P-rock to establish, more of a soil base because of our sandy soil that we have. So one of the technique is actually to lay P-rock for a period of time to actually gather more soil so that you can then plant grass. And I've certainly seen that be effective and work, on my block with my neighbors. So, someone with that long-term, with that vision of getting to grass, but with the method of laying P-rock first would, this would eliminate that option for them essentially. They'd be out of compliance until they finally got the grass in, but it's something that takes, a couple of years. And so, I don't want to see us get to a point also where we have ordinances that require people to not be able to do a DIY project, right? Where they now have to go out of pocket to a contractor because it has to be done, in a certain period of time. I personally just finished a project in my yard that took me, my wife, if you ask her, it took 7.5 years, but from when I started the project to completion, it was a 2-year project to get, grass onto my property. And so, I wouldn't want to do something also that would take that option away because, I frequently say I blame McDonald's, but this concept that something has to be done immediately is a problematic concept. People should be able to take time to develop their property, and sometimes your property is ugly while you're doing that. And so that should be allowable to some degree. I just want to say that as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I don't want to belabor the issue. I think I don't have to think, planning and zoning contractor's done a very good job of describing what we're trying to get done. And the page that looks at number 10, that looks at, it says specifically swells that consist of materials that may be prohibited are considered grandfathered and do not need to be removed upon the adoption of the ordinance. And should the owner improve the swell in the future, it must comply with what the new ordinance states. The chart below includes a list of materials with a description and image of each. And I don't think we want to belabor it more than when we have to. The proposed ordinance is pretty, as it says, it's pretty comprehensive. And I think we get the point. The point is we don't want to erode out people's yards. That's the first thing. And secondly, we don't want it to be dangerous. So right now, we may be making more out of it than we need to. The idea is do not pave over El Portal, period. Do not put out stuff that's going to hinder what we're trying to do in terms of maintaining the swells. And for those of you that don't know, it's the swells that keep you from having a flooded property. And that's what a lot of people are complaining, because when it rains, it really rains in El Portal. If you do the swell right, that's why we have a swell, somewhere for the water to be absorbed. So I don't think we have to belabor it much more than we need to. We discussed it in committee, and the ordinance is, like I said, they have to come before us. If they, code enforcement officer will see it, and if they're in violation, that's how we get them. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure the swell stays there so we won't have all this flooding that we've seen of recent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councilor Lightfoot Ward. Yes. So whenever we put something through, and we put something through that's new and affects our code, everybody's always grandfathered in, and then when they do a change to their property, then they'll be subjected to whatever the code change is. We've El Portal's always done it that way. So I appreciate that, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Also, you guys, exactly not to belabor the issue, but the issue is we still haven't decided whether we're going to go with just grass or if we're going to allow other permeable materials. That's the question that we have to decide. I'm going to go to the audience real quick. And anybody on Zoom? Anybody on Zoom? Say your name and address for the record, please.
Jessica Cooper, 255 Northeast 89th Street.
Thank you.
So I was wondering about being grandfathered in because I do have P-rock. So in the front of my house, it's half P-rock and then half asphalt that then goes across the sidewalk and into my driveway. And currently on, a 3-year project in my mind, and I want to redo my driveway. And obviously I want to be grandfathered in, but there is a possibility that I was thinking about paving it all. But now if you're telling me that if I redo my driveway, that then I'm subject to the new code, and I'm going to have to end up losing the P-rock, I'm not going to do my driveway. And I can tell you my driveway is not pretty. So I think that should be like grandfathered in forever, but that's not for me to say. But I will say that it's less likely that I'm going to beautify my property if I'm going to lose that parking space. And my street doesn't flood, at least not yet.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. I appreciate that. Yeah, the way we usually always do it, you guys, is when we pass something new when it comes to code, everybody, as of today is grandfathered in. But if you make any changes to your property, then you'll be under the new code whenever the new code takes effect. So that's how we usually do it.
Well,
Go ahead.
let me ask this though. In her scenario, she's going to redo the driveway. The driveway itself is the issue, not necessarily the swale. So she's not redoing the swale. Then whatever is existing there in the swale, in theory, would be fine to be left as is, and then just the driveway itself would be, subject to those issues. And so, since a driveway typically is paved anyway, then I imagine if she maybe the attorney or Madam Manager, you might have some background on this, but in her scenario of redoing a driveway, it sounds like if she wanted to do the driveway with rock, that is a possibility. And Camila might actually have some information on this, because anyone who wanted to redo their driveway with a permeable material, we certainly would be more appreciative of that than someone who was simply putting a new paved driveway in. So
One answer, Vice Mayor, is that this ordinance won't affect anybody wanting to do their driveway. But that doesn't mean we don't have regulations on what you can or can't do for your driveway. They're separate regulations. They're just not affected one way or another by this ordinance. Those are already in existence and you're not changing them, but they are there. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what our driveway regulation is, but it's not changing because you change swales.
Very good, very good.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the audience, you guys? Just come up, say your name and address. Just come up to the microphone, say your name and address for the record. How you doing? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hello, my name's Maura Peterson. I live at 383 Northeast 86th Street. I wasn't going to speak on this today, but I want to clarify one thing. I live in Sherwood Forest. We have no swales. And you talk about, yes, there are places in the village that have swales. But when it comes to our area, we do not have a swale. And I want to make that clear. And I agree with this lady. I don't know any of your names because none of you identified yourself at the top of the meeting. And some of us are not familiar with you, but I agree with this lady. And I disagree with the mayor because, you know, you talk about only wanting grass. Well, the aesthetic vision of many homeowners is not grass. And we should have a choice. And the thing is, we have a lot of rain, but there is talk about portable water and being water conscious, and grass takes up a lot. When we have the areas where we don't have rain, we have to water grass. When we have a natural habitat of some sort that obviously will be permitted or is now permitted by whatever ordinance we have, the owner doesn't have to utilize their water bill in order to maintain their area, whether it's drought tolerant vegetation or natural vegetation that has been Miami-Dade really is for owners planting natural vegetation that doesn't consume water. And I think this is something that you need to consider when you're saying requiring only people with swales to have only grass, because grass sucks up a lot of water. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just say for the record, for clarification, I was the one that said that I didn't want only grass. I was the one that first said that. I was the one that mentioned Sherwood Forest and said, my concern is, you guys, that many people out in Sherwood Forest, they don't even have the sunlight that comes through their tree canopy to where they can have grass. So I was on the opposite position than where you think I was.
Right. But the fact is, I'm also talking about people in the other part of the village that I don't even live.
Yeah.
And I think that if we're requiring them to have
Excuse me, I'm sorry. You're going to have to come back to the podium to speak because it has to be on the record. Thank you.
My thought is I'm talking for other people in the village that have swales. And the fact that if you are going to require any village members to have only grass, I feel that that's incorrect and wrong. I bought my property because I love the natural vegetation in this village. And I like the variations. People have different ideas of what is beautiful. Some people like palms straight up and down. Some people, we have, natural habitats, and apparently that is accepted here. So be very careful if you are setting down something that requires only one thing, because I haven't heard about this, so I don't know, maybe I'm I need to be educated on how you are advertising these ordinance. So people, you might have a little more participation of people in these meetings. But it's just the fact that I've lived here a long time, and I know that, you know, you want everything to be lovely, which I agree, but everybody who lives here, who has bought property, who pays property taxes, is entitled to their own vision of beauty within a certain range. So just be very careful when you're trying to legislate one type of mentality of beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, again, just for clarification for the record, my stance was when this first came up, the original ordinance was talking about just grass. I went to Attorney General and I said that we should offer permeable materials, other permeable materials, which is why I'm trying to see if we can adjust the ordinance, and I asked Attorney Geller that on the record. So that was
and for
my
the
stance.
clarification, ma'am, that's what the ordinance right now, that's what it says. It's only grass.
And we're trying to adjust that right now. That's what we're talking
currently-
about.
That's been in our
Yeah.
charter for over 80 years.
And that's the reason why when this first came up, you guys, instead of leaving it just like this and saying just grass, I particularly brought up Sherwood Forest and particularly started the conversation about other permeable materials on purpose. Anybody else from the audience? Oh, we have somebody on Zoom. Say your name and address for the record, and they will come.
Hi.
Yes.
Jessica Cooper, 255 Northeast 89th Street. I guess if it's possible to put in the yes, you say. If it could be in there that, like, as long as the swell stays the same, I mean, if you end up making this change, I'm just worried if I do my driveway, I will be subject to not doing it the way that I'd like, because I would lose the swell. And my vision is to pave the concrete from the street to the sidewalk, which again, I don't know if that's allowed, and also include the swell. So all of that would be paved with pavers. But the point is that please think this very thoroughly. And I completely agree. I think grass is a terrible idea. And on top of that, as you can see, tons of people have a million weeds and don't cut it. And now it's just going to be even worse. So.
Yeah, one of the things, thank you very much, Mrs. Cooper. One of the things that we're proposing, if it does go through and we do make that adjustment, what you could put in your swell, when you just said pavers, you could put permeable pavers would be allowed if we go that direction, which is why I brought that up. Anybody else from the audience? Anybody else on Zoom, Daniel? Bring Camilla in real quick. Camilla, go ahead if you would like to say something.
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to clarify that following up on Attorney Geller's point, comment about the driveway. Driveways actually allow more materials and they're in the code, and it includes, it's of course there's gravel, there's asphalt, there's different materials for the driveway, just echoing on or confirming Attorney Geller's point from the zoning and the code standpoint. And also that the ordinance as it is now does include vegetative materials such as ground cover, but just making that clarification.
Thank you very much, Camilla. I appreciate that.
And just, I'm sorry if I may, just to clarify that where Mrs. Cooper is talking about between Northeast 2nd and Northeast 3rd on 89, that's where we're having the problems with the office in the corner, the flooding and all the potholes and everything, because the water stays there. And that little street is all corroded because of the water standing there. So
Mr. Mayor,
it is an issue.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, and
Yes.
for the young lady in the purple hat, my name is Darian Martin. I think that what we need to focus on is the permeability aspect. So I think in the code, we should say that whatever the items are that Camila has identified that are permeable and will not add to the issue of flooding, those should be included in the code. We want to prevent against something, which is the flooding, but I don't think we want to overcorrect to the level of only having one material being acceptable. And maybe we could just kind of go from there. I think Attorney Geller is saying that we don't necessarily need a second reading to do that. Maybe we just need to say permeable items along with grass.
Absolutely in agreement. Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin. Anybody else from the audience, you guys? Just come up and say your name and address for the record.
Jay Rivero, 225 Northeast 86th Street. Reference to this ordinance. One, make sure that you write in there that there's a variance requirement if you want to do anything outside of the sidewalk or in the swell. Two, Sherwood Forest, as you said, there's a lot of tree canopy. If you do not allow gravel in there, which I know, Louis, you said you only wanted grass. If you do not allow gravel in there, all you're gonna have is mud. I have neighbors that needed to put gravel because when the rain comes,
No, and that's
it
where
becomes
the
mud.
water runs through.
I'm speaking. Thank you. Dr. Ward, my driveway has been done for over 15 years. It's marble, travertine marble, okay? I had it installed with sand underneath. For the last 12 years prior, the water drained real easy. The water is now flooding our street, and I have another neighbor that's next to me. When we had that rainstorm last year, and about 2 weeks ago, major rainstorm, water is now entering my garage. Why? Because it's climate, world climate, okay? It's not because I have put something different on my driveway. So let's take that into consideration, okay? Second, the third is how are you gonna monitor this when you pass this ordinance that a neighbor does what they need to do based on this regulation? Right now, code enforcement is worthless, and that's why I'm here today. I know this is not on the agenda, but I have issues with code enforcement. So you'll be hearing about that soon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anybody else from the audience? We have anybody on Zoom? Say your name and address for the record, please.
Jessica Cooper, 255 Northeast 89th Street. If you're going to make the change to the swell, whatever it may be, it should match the driveway because they both sit next to each other. So take that, maybe go off of the driveway since you amended that at some point prior to the swell, or start amending the driveway too. Just an opinion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Anybody else from the audience? Okay, hearing none. All right, you guys. So I need one of two motions. I either need a motion to say that we're going to only allow grass in the swell, or I need a motion that says that we're going to allow all permeable materials minus rocks and gravel.
I'll make a motion to be only grass and vegetation on the swells. It should be allowed.
No, I told them they could make a motion for either or. Doesn't mean it's going to pass yet. We have to go through it.
Mr. Mayor, you have no second.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a second for that motion, you guys. Second for the motion for only allowing grass. It can fail for lack of a second, or we can get a second and get a roll call. I'm hearing no second. Motion fails due to a lack of a second. Do I have a motion to allow all permeable materials in the swell minus rocks and gravel?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilperson Martin. Who's second? Second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
So going back to my original point of just a reminder of what the two primary functions of the very first function of this was to address in some manner flood mitigation. And that stems from just a little bit of background. Over the years, there are many parts of the village outside of Sherwood where a considerable amount of asphalt has been laid. And this is creating a significant problem in terms of stormwater drainage, right? The other being, do we want to discourage people from creating extra parking spaces in the swale? So I'm at the conclusion that the parking issue is entirely separate and should be ordinanced separately in terms of who would be able to, create parking spaces, and that the actual materials going down are really subjective as to whether or not they are for aesthetic reasons or for a utility such as parking, right? So I feel that just as the example was given of, what is grass, right? Like, does ground cover qualify as grass? I would hope that it would, as well as other natural materials. Serbia has presented us with a resilient street plan that incorporates bioswales, meaning native vegetation, native design in terms of low maintenance, low need for water, low need for pesticide, these types of things, as a comprehensive plan for what the streets will look like in the future. And so, in that, rock, sand, gravel do have a function in terms of in shaded areas, for example, providing something that does not, create mud. And so I guess my point is that I'm not entirely sure. While I would like to see a mitigation for less parking in the swales, I'm not entirely sure that the prevention or the prohibition of rocks and gravel is appropriate in this, and that really it should just be entirely focused on permeable or natural materials. I'm not sure if that helps, hurts, convolutes, or clarifies anything, but that's my piece.
And if I may, just again, that's why I asked Servia, Camila, about artificial turf and mulch, whether they're permeable or not, and they are. But guess what? Artificial turf is not allowed nowhere in the county.
That's right.
And the swales are property village. It's maintained by the property owners. And I'm a property owner with a very large front yard, and I maintain it, and it has grass.
But the motion,
So it's, and again, if it's gonna be any permeable material, then that includes artificial turf and mulch.
so the motion before us only prohibits rock and gravel, does not prohibit artificial turf at this point. Is that correct?
It does.
It does.
That's correct.
It does.
We can make it, you can make it an amendment to the motion.
Yeah,
if
you can amend the
You
motion.
can amend the motion if you would like. And if you get a second, then we will move forward with the motion amended.
Second. Yes, it is, and that's why, then you gotta do one. That's right.
Yeah.
You can't have a new motion to amend while one is pending. You can have a motion to amend the pending motion to amend.
Yes.
An amendment to the
Amendment to the amendment.
So the intent,
There is one other option, and I hesitate to will of the council, whatever you want to do, but you could consider passing only the prohibition on rocks and gravel tonight, which is the urgent safety issue, and then think about having some kind of a workshop or a public meeting where you can encourage residents to come and all, you've heard from quite a few. You don't need to do that. The council's certainly capable of making a decision, but if you chose to do the urgent safety issue only tonight and then come back at some later time and have, some kind of a town meeting, public hearing, whatever, to further consider that, I just want to put that option out there. That's not to say you can't make the decision.
Absolutely, Attorney Geller. For example, our next ordinance, we're doing comprehensive plan amendments. So we're adding more things to the comprehensive plan. So we can always pass this and we can always amend it later if we feel so. We do have a motion on the table, you guys. We have a motion in a second. I'm gonna ask for a roll call. If it passes, it passes. If it fails, it fails. This is the motion to allow all permeable materials, less rocks and gravel. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
yes,
Councilperson Pirella.
No.
Vice Mayor Urbach.
No.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Moving on to the next ordinance. This is ordinance I-3. This is a comprehensive plan amendments ordinance. This is the second reading for this ordinance. Attorney Geller, please.
Yes, sir. An ordinance of the Village of El Portal, Florida, adopting the evaluation and appraisal-based amendments to the El Portal Comprehensive Plan. The amendments are to the goals, objectives, and policies for the following comprehensive plan elements: future land use, transportation, housing, recreation, and open space, coastal management, conservation infrastructure, capital improvements, intergovernmental coordination, educational facilities, and including new health community design and resilience elements, authorizing transmittal to Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for review, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Second reading, public hearing, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Attorney Geller. Camilla, if you want to just go ahead and give some background on this about the future land use, transportation, housing, and all that.
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. Thank you. This the effort to amend the comprehensive plan comes from a directive straight from the state, from the Department of Economic Opportunity. They require amendments, constant amendments to the comprehensive plan every 7 years, and this was from El Portal's comprehensive plan hadn't been updated since its original version in the 80s. We've gone through several workshops in the past couple of years, and this the items that you see highlighted in the amendments were based on after the approval in the first council meeting. They were transmitted to state and they provided comments, and the amendments that you see highlighted are responding to those comments and also responding to the workshop that we had, not the workshop, I'm sorry, the public meeting that we had with the Resilience and Sustainability Task Force. And so that's what you see before you. I believe some council members are new and were not present when the effort started. So if you have any questions regarding the amendments or the comprehensive plan in general, I'm happy to answer them now.
Thank you very much. As Camilla said, you guys, this is something that has to be updated per the state. Does anybody from the council, before I move out to the audience, does anybody from the council have any questions or comments for Camilla? Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes.
My name is Dr. Lightfoot Ward. For those of you that may not know me and those that you do, thank you. Thank you, Camilla, for answering my first two questions because I wondered how this came up like this. I hadn't seen it before. That's okay. That's not an issue for me right now. I noticed that the date on the ordinance has been updated to the current month and year. However, I also noticed that it says October 2020 on the last page, and that needs to be corrected to today's date. The answer, is this late in action? You just told me it's not. It's just that we're just getting to it at this point. The last page also shows Pamela Lattimore as the interim clerk, and that needs to be corrected. And I had a question for the attorney, but you answered it in your introductory statement. Thank you so much. I hope those things don't go without notice when it comes to being passed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. A lot of times you guys, the clerk's name definitely has to be changed. A lot of times you guys, for the ordinances, it'll have a line that will say like we'll keep the original date there that shows when the first reading was passed. And then after this one, it will be passed. If it passes, we'll come back and we'll put a second line for the second date. So that is a record of when the first date was passed, the month and the year. And then the second one will be like, today, the month and the year. So that's the reason why you'll see a lot of times on ordinances. You won't see that on resolutions because resolutions don't take 2 readings, but ordinances, a lot of times you will see an older date on the last page of the ordinance because we do keep the first reading date for a record. Anybody else from the council?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Councilperson,
Sure. Mine is more of a comment than a question. This is an amazing document, and it has such great information. To the villagers that are listening or in the audience, this would be an excellent document to review so you can get an idea of where the village is moving to in the future. But in addition to that, it gives you actionable items to hold us accountable for the things that you see in this document that you want implemented in the village. So thanks to Camila, this happened before I joined the council, but this is such a tremendously informative document for me, and I think for every other villager that cares about what's happening in El Portal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin. Well said. Vice Mayor Urban.
Yes, actually, I wanted to say something similar to alert everyone to the incredible wealth of information presented in this document that does answer a great deal of questions. And then, surprise, surprise, mine's a comment. But just to remind the council, Manager Lou, any developers, and then certainly anyone within Sherwood that one of the more significant pieces of this is the official, it's been recognized, but it is as official as it gets now regarding the Indian Mountain Park. And so that is essentially, as outlined in this document, bounded by 87th Street, down to Park Drive, over to the river, and up to East 2nd. So that entire area is subject to approval by regarding the Florida's unmarked human burial law. So anybody doing any digging whatsoever on any property from East 2nd Avenue to Park Drive, from 87th Street to the canal, is now subject to permitting under the Florida unmarked human burial law to provide for discovery of artifacts or remains in that process. So to me, that was the most significant reality of this document. But among other things, certainly this is a phenomenal document to use as reference. And certainly, as Councilperson Martin said, to hold us accountable for what we said we would be doing as a village through the comprehensive plan and should be doing.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Urban. Just for example, for everybody who's watching, and I'm coming to you right now, Madam Manager. Just for example, for everybody who's watching, like this document moves the village into like a more walkable community, cycling community, and things like that. Traffic calming, trying to establish, a small mixed-use business corridor on Northeast 2nd, but walkable medians, much more greenery and things like that. So this is part of what that kind of starts to move us into that direction where, in 2013, we completed a charrette that kind of showed us exactly how we want our future to look. And this document kind of pushes us in that direction. Myself, the village manager, and Chairperson Carpenter, who's sitting in the back over there, who's the chairperson of the Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force. We had a great ride around today, meeting and ride around for about an hour. With the representative from FDOT. And we were talking about all these type of things. The future of El Portal, sustainability, walkability, cycling, and things like that, and turning El Portal into the greenest possible community could possibly be, with keeping our businesses and our infrastructure and improving all of that at the same time. You guys, Madam Manager.
I just want to thank Juan and Camila for their work on the comprehensive plan. We've had a number of public meetings when the time to amend this came about. In fact, it was Councilperson Urban, but now the Vice Mayor Urban participated in some of those public meetings as well. But we had those right here in the Village Hall, had invited residents out to speak and to see each component. So I thought those were very informative. And yeah, read the document, because it is a compilation of those things that were discussed and amended appropriately. And also we did include a water use component as well. So thank you to Camila and Juan for their efforts and that they continue to work on this, because we did get it in within the deadline, and now we are responding to questions. So that is the item before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. Anybody else from the audience, you guys? You got somebody on Zoom, bring them in. Just say your name and address for the record, please. Okay. Bring in Camila first. Camila, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on Councilperson Martin's, well, all of you, and encouraging the residents to read it. All of the documents and all of the information on the workshop, survey responses, everything is on the Planning and Zoning tab on the village website for everyone to review and look over the documents.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Appreciate that. Can you please bring in the resident or the visitor?
Hello, Jessica Cooper, 255 Northeast 89th Street. Thank you, Camilla, for pointing that out because I wasn't aware of where the document is, but I will definitely take a look at it. But out of curiosity for now, as you say that we're going to be going to more walkable neighborhood, is there plans to fix the sidewalks that are broken because the tree roots are, and rise, and also like a lot of streets, the trees, like the bushes and stuff, overtake the sidewalk, like for only one person can really walk, or like I have a stroller and I'm always getting like scratched by bougainvilleas and other plants, and there's really nobody. I don't know if there's rules on that, but I'm assuming that it's supposed to be set back enough where you can see the whole sidewalk. Is there plans to fix that?
Absolutely. All that was all part of things that we were talking about. To tell you, actually, the location where you say the plants and the trees are growing out over the sidewalk. If you could send one of us an email, myself or the manager, if you can, or any one of us, but myself or the manager, if possible. If you could send us an email around kind of like where that location is, so we can see if we can take care of that.
Okay. And
Thank
actually,
you.
on 89th Street, I'm terrible at directions, but there is a sea grape tree you can completely not see the stop sign. I mean, I know it's there because I live on it, but not everybody might. That I find to be hazardous.
All right, thank you. Yes, anybody out there, that lives in the community that you guys might see something that one of us might not see, or you might see it before one of us might see it. If you see something like that seems hazardous, please email us, the manager, myself, or anybody else up here, so we can go take a look at that and try to take care of that. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Anybody else on Zoom? Daniel, we're good. Anybody else out in the audience? Any questions or comments? The comp plan? Seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve the comprehensive amendment?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Erbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The next one is a resolution I-4, El Portal composting program. Attorney Geller, if you would please read that into the record for us, please.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, approving and accepting the El Portal Compost for Life program proposal, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. May I please have the representative from Compost Life? How you doing? If you can come up to one of the mics for us, please. How you doing? Say your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Francisco Torres.
Francisco Torres. How you doing? We also just wanted to recognize that we do have Chairperson Elizabeth Carpenter, who's the chairperson of the Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force, and she's in the back. And if you guys remember, this was brought before us in committee, and we passed it through. This is to have deeper questions. If anybody from the council has questions before I go to my questions, I'll see if anybody has theirs. Opening up for the council?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I probably did do this night that I probably wasn't around, but that's okay. When was this? That was my first question. Who's paying for this? We paying for this as a village or individual subscribers?
This would be individual subscribers, and what you're looking at is the chart, and there's more information about that. But what you're looking at is the chart. If those many subscribers would want to have a compost program, that would be kind of like if they wanted to get into the program, it's an option to get into the program. That's all. The only reason why this is coming before the council is so that they get permission for the residents to be able to be a part of this compost program if they want to start doing compost. Because if they didn't come before the council, we can't just have random businesses going around El Portal, just doing things with the residents. So they're coming before the council first, so they can at least get permission to give the residents the option if they want to. If any residents are doing compost, if they wanted to, have a professional company take care of their compost, so they don't have to do it, as a resident by themselves. That's all this is.
Okay, so who is this organization?
Yeah, we are Compost for Life, Recycle Compost Community Movement. We operate a farming Cutler Bay, and we offer compost pickup services. When we look at composting is one of the things that we can do for the environment, especially because it reduces the amount of pesticides and herbicides that we use for farming and for landscaping, and we're recycling our food waste. So our purpose is to create awareness on how we could work together as a community to reduce the amount of food waste that ends up in a landfill, basically taking a space. Instead of here, we turn the food waste into finished compost and support local farmers in the Redlands.
How do you know if it's successful in El Portal?
Excuse
What
me?
would you need to show success that would keep you in El Portal?
Well, one is the engagement, okay, of the residents and the understanding of what we're doing. We have different resources and tools that we could use, as part of presentations, training, education, where we can show how important compost is and how easy it would be. So we want to make it accessible, simple, and very affordable.
You say 300 subscribers at a certain rate, 600 subscribers, 800 subscribers. If you don't meet that goal at 300, do you move out and say goodbye to us?
No, not at all. There is the option. The only thing that it would increase is $1 on the cost. So, for example, when you look at the proposal, there is 300 plus, which is $18.99. If it's less than 300, it would be $19.99.
And how many years would you have to be in before you know that this is a venture that you need to continue?
How many years?
How long? I just said years. How long would you know if this is a gratifying or a successful venture in El Portal?
Yeah, well, I'm very passionate, about the environment, and I see that this is becoming more and more common among many cities, not only in the U.S., but worldwide. So it's becoming the norm.
Who's successful right now in Dade County?
In Dade County? Well, right now we're servicing only like commercial businesses and different residents around Miami-Dade. So we started our service back in November of 2020.
Okay.
So we're fairly new, but we have a lot of experience on understanding how we can make this program convenient. For example, we keep good communication with the customers as far as the days that we come for pickup. We bring a bucket, replace it, basically take the full one and put a clean bucket every time. We keep track of how many pounds of food waste you're diverting, and in the case of the portal, we can generate a monthly report that shows you how much food waste you're diverting from landfills and what is the impact into the environment.
Very simple. I'm going to try again.
Yes.
How many subscribers and how length of time would tell you that this is a program that is getting off the ground in El Portal? Is it going to be 20 for a year? 50 people for 50 subscribers for a year? I'm just trying to see, because at some point, someone's going to say, they never picked up, and I had this compost out there.
Yeah.
And then you could come back, you say, Doc, you sound like you've already been through this. I have. And then you come back and you say, well, they didn't always have anything there. I'm asking a very specific question so we don't have a rodent situation because we left the compost out on the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I said, when will you know
Yeah.
the success of this program in El Portal?
Yeah, so we are picking up right now from 150 different residents, okay, along within the Miami-Dade County. So in El Portal, anyone that would like to sign up
I see.
is welcome, okay? We just started in November 2020, and we see that we're getting a lot of
Okay.
support, okay, from different communities.
Okay.
So if I tell you, like, a number, I don't think that's, fair, because right now, like, we continue to see a lot of people want to be part of what we're doing.
I understand. Understood. Very well. Thank you. Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, I don't have any more questions.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Anybody else from the council?
Yes, so if this were to become as successful as you wish it would, not just in El Portal, but other communities, let's say it became so successful that you were a little bit overwhelmed with how much material you were getting, do you have any other, do you know what your needs are on the farm for this material, and do you have any other farms or partners who would be able to take any material beyond what you would be able to use at your facility?
Well, so right now what we do is we're actually donating the finished compost to different farmers. So for example, this morning we were at it's called Palm Pike. It's a local farm. Also, we're talking to Blue Horizon. So the compost, okay, that we generate, we donate it to local farmers. But you also, as a composter, as a subscriber, we bring you a bucket full of compost every 6 months. So you have the option to receive that, or you could say, just go ahead and donate it. So we could definitely help you out when you could use this finished compost for landscaping purposes. In that case, when you're using finished compost, you reduce the need of pesticides and herbicides that you would be applying to your grass, your lawn, your trees, and flowers. So definitely there is a big use and demand for the finished compost.
And you're saying that part of your business model is that public education component of what this accomplishes by composting, is that right?
Yeah, so as part of our program, we offer training and education, because the idea here is not to tell people this is what you have to do. It's just more sharing the understanding and the impact into the environment, okay? So we have different sessions that we can offer, more in training and understanding why composting is so important.
So then if only, to Dr. Lightfoot Ward's point, let's say only 5, 10 people in El Portal sign up, let's say 5, right? A very low number. Is that something that you are prepared to service even with such a low subscriber number, even at the extra $1 of $19.99 a month?
Yeah, that will be fine. Right now, we're only operating the routes on Wednesday and Fridays, okay? But we're prepared to open up like other days, if that's the need.
And then also to Dr. Lightfoot Ward's point, the idea behind the buckets is that they're simple, right? Easy to fill, easy to pick up. But would there be any mechanism to prevent something like rodents and pests enjoying those buckets?
Yeah. So for the buckets, they're 5 gallon, okay, and they come with a fully resealable lid.
Okay.
So you can cover that up, and
Okay.
nothing will enter there or get out of there, because
Okay.
it's completely sealed. Also, we come either every week or every other week. So we're here very often, picking up and replacing with a clean and sanitized new container. So that's the process it would follow.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Urban. Anybody else from the council?
So, yes, I do have a question. So the question is like whether you were to pass these or not, there's any time where, like just like we do for, trash pickup, where they need to not to keep the bucket in front of the house all week while they're filling it up, or just getting it out and being in the front porch for, the night before pickup.
Yeah, the way,
Well, that's more to
Oh.
discuss it here because you have no control of that. You tell the people, it's gonna be Wednesdays or Fridays or, how many days are we gonna, have? And, be in place that, that we have.
Yeah, so Councilperson Perella, so if the resolution were to pass, then we could, once we figure out how we want it done, which I believe it would probably be the easiest thing, is kind of like mirror the rules that we have for our waste, for the waste. And then if we could pass a resolution that says that for compost, it falls under the same guidelines that we use for waste, we could pass that resolution in next council meeting. So it's just.
So then in this example, if they were granted permission to solicit this business from residents, following those same rules, if Compost for Life's pickup days are Wednesday and Friday, well, the only day that matches with our pickup schedule is the Wednesday. So Wednesday would be the only option for Compost for Life to operate. I think that's what we're talking about here, right?
Right.
And do we have the ability to, with this resolution, do we have this ability to declare that a matching day for one of our trash or recycle pickups
One
would be
second.
the only option?
Very, very well said, Vice Mayor Urban. 1 second, you guys. Nobody's seeing us, and our meeting has stopped recording. It's still recording? Oh, the hybrid's out. Okay, the hybrid's out. So yeah. So let me get a motion to recess until the hybrid comes back.
I'll make a motion to recess until.
Second.
Motion to recess by Vice Mayor Urban, second with us. Shout out to Full Moon. We appreciate all your help, you guys. All right, so the council meeting is being restarted at 8:37 p.m. Vice Mayor Urban, I believe you had the floor, Vice Mayor.
No, I think for the benefit of those retuning in at home, I was just had completed a question regarding if we allow Compost for Life to solicit the service from residents, do we have the ability to limit their pickup days to the same days as our trash and or recycling pickups, meaning that if Compost for Life's official pickup days are Wednesday and Friday, the only eligible day would be Wednesday because that coincides with our trash or recycling pickup.
I mean, I would just say that that's totally up to us. If their pickup days are Wednesday and Friday, I don't know if we would want to, force them to stick to our pickup days, because then it would be like once a week, and maybe that's too long for compost to be out there. So maybe it's good they come twice a week, and the Compost for Life and our garbage and our recycling can be picked up. Our waste and our recycling can be picked up, on Wednesdays, on Saturdays, but it doesn't stop Compost for Life for having, driving around the village on Friday and just picking up, compost from individuals,
Right, but to Councilperson Perella's point, then we have containers, and I like the lime green containers. I like the idea of the pink buckets, but we would have containers out instead of 2 days a week, 3 days a week now. And so I don't know that that's truly what we would want to have as an end result. And so I would just say that initially, if they're able to build the business to Dr. Lightfoot Ward's point to a certain degree, then it would become feasible, and it would make sense financially for them to then use Saturday as a pickup day. Perhaps they're only Monday through Friday organization. I'm not sure, but I believe that we would want to limit them to the days that we already have pickup occurring in the village.
And just to clarify one point, the container is 5 gallon. Okay, so it's small. It's not like the big waste management card. So it's something different that when someone will be part of the program and they're signing up, they specified the pickup location. They could say right on my driveway, right on the front door. So we have those notes, okay, and the authorization to go and pick it up and just exchange it, just for the convenience. We want to make this very convenient, very easy, and worry less.
And I'm sorry, and that's my only issue. It should be by the front door, like you guys, have it on the pictures, not by the driveway, not by the sidewalk, by the easement, because then that will become a problem. I don't mind being twice a week, whether they're coincide or not with our trash pickup, but mostly like to make sure that they keep them in their, by the front door and just the night before and
Yes.
pick them up the next morning or the next day, whatever.
Exactly.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's easier with this program because it's not like they have trucks that just go that are automated like the waste trucks or the recycling trucks. So before I go to the audience, any last questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
the 5 gallon is a large bucket of paint. If you ever bought 5 gallons of paint, that's what it is. It's not a huge bucket. It's just a bucket like you would buy a 5 gallon paint container. It's very small, but large nonetheless. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Any other questions or comments from the council before I go to the audience? Okay. Anybody on Zoom, Daniel? No, we're good. Councilperson, yes, please come up and say your name and address for the record. Chairperson Carpenter.
Squeaking. Elizabeth Fatah Carpenter, 237 Northeast 86th Street, and I'm the chair of El Portal Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force. I just wanted to come up again and speak in support of this. This was something that we passed to the task force as a way of meeting the mandate that the Village Council gave us to reach carbon neutrality by 2030 and become leaders in Miami-Dade County for sustainability and resiliency. And the carbon impacts that this has on our community and the diversion of food waste are what we believe to be significant steps towards that. So I just wanted to speak in favor of that, and a couple other thoughts that we had discussed as well. Given that that we would get a monthly report on how much food waste was diverted and how many carbon, our carbon emissions reductions, I would suggest that we have a portion on the front page of our website that has a running total of the total amount of carbon that we have sequestered through this program or the total amount of food that has been diverted through this program. And I think that would give a really good example to the larger Florida community that, El Portal is leading the way in these sustainability efforts. And then the other thing I was going to suggest is that, I was just, having spoken with Compost for Life about this, I think the pickup is at the most frequent every other week. So I don't think it's something that would be a Wednesday and Friday situation. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we can do weekly or every other week. So
Okay.
they have two different options.
But it would never be Wednesday and Friday. It wouldn't be twice in one week.
It would be once per week. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other suggestion that I was going to make as well is given that part of the subscription means that every 6 months you receive a certain amount of compost back, for those village residents that subscribe to this program but maybe weren't avid gardeners or didn't focus a lot on their own landscaping, those every 6 months, those subscribers could have that compost then donated to the village, and the village could use it in our own parks, or maybe the women's club could use it. And that would also help with our next agenda item, which is reducing the use of pesticides and herbicides and reducing the use of fertilizer, which is also on tonight's agenda. So I just wanted to add those extra points and turn it back over.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Carpenter. Yes, I believe the Fertilizer Ordinance, Attorney Geller, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was pulled because there's more details that we're looking into when it comes to what the county is talking about and the county's regulations with the fertilizer. So we had to pull that for this meeting, but it will be an ordinance on a future meeting.
Well, I'd like a little advice from council as to whether we want to go with the model ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
The county has gone beyond the model ordinance, so we have several options to choose from. We could do some of what the county did, but not all of it. We don't have to adopt the model ordinance in its entirety. The bottom line is that there are, half a dozen, 8 different options. So for the drafting of it, I would invite every member of council to give me some thoughts as to what you'd like to see, and then we can pick and come up with something that meets what your desires are. But if we did just the model ordinance, that would be a very good thing. We don't need to go any further.
Yeah, and so we'll pick that up when council reconvenes back over in September. But and we'll talk about this more later. I don't want to bring this up too much right now, but I was under the impression that the county hadn't fully passed it yet. I was under the impression that they were still adding details to it. They were still working through it. So I'm not sure, but they're going to pass it eventually.
I think that is correct.
Yes.
We have the draft that they have that was prepared for them to consider. Whether we want to see what they do as a guide, that's another possibility of what we could do. Or we could just go with the model ordinance and, come back and amend it if we chose to.
Yeah. So what we'll do, we'll take that through the sustainability task force, and then we'll bring it through a committee and then back to council. All right. Thank you, guys. And just to clarify or even expand on, you guys, if you look at your table with the proposal, it says they're bi-weekly and it says they're weekly. So there's 2 different price points there. Anybody else from the audience, Daniel? Anybody on Zoom? No? Anybody out here? Compost? Any last questions or comments from the council before I ask for a motion? We're good. Do I have a motion to approve resolution I-4 El Portal composting program, giving El Portal residents the option to join a composting program if they would like?
I'll make a motion to approve this.
Motion made by Councilperson Perella,
I'll
second by Vice Mayor Erbaum. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Erbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson Carpenter. We appreciate you. Thank you. Next, we're moving on to I-5. This is a resolution for the pesticide reduction, reducing pesticides within El Portal. Vice Mayor Erbaum, I know that this was originally your item. I'll have you open this up, Vice Mayor.
Yes. So the concept of this was brought to me by a woman named Laura Hill. She had accomplished such an ordinance or resolution in North Miami. This was regarding public works using pesticides and herbicides in mass, and so we are a much smaller, organization with a much smaller footprint. But because of our village's vision, having a pesticide reduction, and ultimately the idea would be to eliminate pesticide in El Portal is a priority. This does not prohibit residents from using pesticide or herbicide privately on their properties if they wish. This is regarding the use of these materials by the village as it pertains to public works specifically.
Absolutely, very important point. This right here will not force at this point in time, and we can always come back and make it stronger in the future if we want to, but right now this does not penalize residents who do use those pesticides at this particular time. This forces El Portal as a government to change and stick to doing things the right way. This holds us under that thumb. Any other questions or comments from the council?
I do have a question.
Yes, Councilperson Martin.
I just wanted to know if there is a fiscal impact, and if so, what is it?
Well, as it was presented to me by Laura Hill in North Miami, the fiscal impact that they experienced was actually savings because they were purchasing less of these materials. And then, as someone who's using these materials on a regular basis, your landscaping essentially becomes reliant on those materials. So the IPM that you see there in the resolution, integrated pest management, means you are adopting planting that is native, for example. You're adopting essentially a landscape program that requires less maintenance. That's less labor, it's less materials, and so there should be a positive fiscal impact in less maintenance required to maintain the sites, and then less cost and materials.
Okay. I know there should be, but has the manager looked exactly at like our property, what it costs now to maintain, and if we needed to add these vegetative plants? Or I just want to get a better idea of what I'm planting. I completely support it. I just want to know, does it cost us anything?
Okay. We've been not using pesticides for the past 4 years.
Okay.
So our landscaper has never used pesticides, or they've been told never to use pesticides. So there's no fiscal impact. It will continue. I think this is more of a memorialization,
Of
officially
what we're already
saying
doing.
that we don't do it. But no, we don't use pesticides in any of the public right of ways maintenance.
Awesome.
And we don't have our public works contractor is the landscaping company that goes out, and they don't use them.
So nothing really changes for us. This
No.
is just our statement of position on this.
Right. This
Awesome.
is just, confirming that we don't use that.
Thank you so much.
But I will add that this would give us more teeth, for example, when talking to the South Florida Water Management District, in terms of encouraging them to stop spraying in the canal, for example. In addition to that, we'd be officially setting the example for residents to eliminate pesticides and herbicides from their strategies on their properties, and as well provide an official example to surrounding municipalities for the same. And then, yes, the mayor is correct. I certainly have incredibly strong opinions on this, but I will reserve them for the discussion about what the county is doing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot.
opportunity to speak. I remember when Miss Laura came and spoke to us, and it just dawned on me that's exactly what this is right now. My only comment about this whole thing is she was very clear. She's trying to get a coalition of cities to agree to not do this. She said that the manager had already indicated we do not use these pesticides in El Portal. So she's looking for a coalition, and she made that very clear, and we didn't have any objections to being a part of that, as I recall it. So this item is before us, not because we are doing it, but because she said, I want as many cities to promote this, to give a message to the larger community in terms of how their use of pesticides is not doing exactly what we think it's doing. So thank you. That just came to my mind. And I'm also curious, Mr. Manager, I'd like to know who sustainability is. This is the first time I'm seeing a person, and I hope you don't leave too soon, but I want to know you all, because you all are doing stuff, and we don't see it until it comes up here. And I think that's good, because that keeps our objectivity. But thank you so much for just volunteering that.
Yeah, let me just say this
Mr.
really
Mayor.
quickly. Everybody gets the sustainability forwards for every meeting and all the notes that come out of every meeting.
No.
Do you get it, Vice Mayor Upon? Councilperson Martin?
I do.
Yeah.
Well,
Councilperson Perella? Yeah.
I must be getting it and don't know it.
Yeah, you got, they're in your email, Councilperson Lightfoot, you get those
And then
also.
I'll add also that the notes are different than a face-to-face meeting, I think is kind of what Dr. Lightfoot was referring to. And so I would remind the residents that if you have a spare 100 hours, there's about that much footage available for you on YouTube and the village website to go back to day one of the initiation of the Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force. And still waters run deep, I'll say, and quite a bit of activity has been taking place. And if you have about a week or two, you can catch up in no time at all. So.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Urban. Anybody else from the council, any questions or comments about the pest reduction program? No. Moving on. Anybody on Zoom, Daniel? We're good. Anybody? Yes, please. Say your name and address for the record again, please.
Elizabeth Fatah Carpenter, 237 Northeast to 86th Street. I just wanted to speak also in support of this and thank the Vice Mayor for bringing this up. I think this is wonderful. I am a little bit confused on the exact implications of this, though, because I know it references the IPM, and I'm very happy to hear that we've never used pesticides in El Portal, but my understanding is that we do use herbicides. And herbicides is discussed in the initial whereas clauses, and it kind of falls out throughout it. So I would just like to more fully, I think we should absolutely pass it as an initial step, but I think moving forward, we should more fully understand our use of herbicides and how we can improve that as well, and how this ordinance will impact those uses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before she sits down,
Yes. The floor is yours, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
we're going to be real good friends, I can tell. I'm more concerned with, I know about commercial herbicides, but does this include the natural herbicides as well?
I'm not sure what the village's practice is on that at the moment. Anecdotally speaking, I live close to Sherwood Forest Park, and the landscapers that we're using have backpacks of tanks and full of liquid,
Okay.
and will walk around
Yeah.
and spray.
Yeah.
And my assumption was that was weed killer. I don't know whether it's a natural-based weed
It
killer
is
or not.
No, the commercial is not natural.
That was also my presumption,
Yeah,
but
okay. All right, my dear. Thank you so much.
thank you.
We gotta meet each other.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, anything else? All right, thank you. And so what the chairperson was referring to as far as, if an individual household, has a lawn service and they're using things, with the lawn service, some of that stuff, which is what we're going to have to talk about in September, because some of that stuff is addressed in the fertilizer ordinance.
Oh, yeah.
And so we have to figure out how far we want to go with that, how strict we want to go with that. So that's part of that discussion and debate we're going to have starting in September. Anybody else from the audience? How are we looking on Zoom, Daniel? We're good? Anybody else from the audience on the pesticide reduction resolution? Seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve the pesticide reduction resolution I-5? Yes. Oh, you didn't read it? Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Attorney Geller.
A resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, adopting an integrated pest management IPM program to eliminate or reduce pesticide applications on village property to the maximum extent feasible, and further approving IPM program guidelines in substantially the attached form, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Appreciate that. Do I have a motion to approve resolution I-5, the pesticide reduction
I
resolution?
move with an amendment I would like to amend, so my motion is to approve this resolution with the amendment that the language is adjusted to say pesticide/herbicide wherever applicable.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the pesticide reduction resolution with the amendment to include herbicide behind a slash everywhere you see pesticide throughout the resolution?
I'll second.
I have a second by Councilperson Perrella. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Erbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for bringing that to us. Thank you very much, Chairperson Carpenter, for bringing things to us also with the compost. We appreciate that. Moving on, you guys, the next resolution is Resolution I-6. This is the El Jardín Stormwater Improvement Construction Award. This is pretty straightforward, but Attorney Geller, if you read that into the record for us, please.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, authorizing, approving, and accepting the selection of the village manager's recommendation of Southeastern Engineer Contractors as the contractor for the El Portal, for the El Jardín Stormwater Improvements Project, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Madam Manager, if you just want to fill us in very quickly, and then we'll go from there. This is part of that lobbyist effort, you guys, and that we got that money from Tallahassee, thankfully. Madam Manager.
Yes, thank you. In fact, we have our engineer who also who worked painstakingly with me on this El Jardín stormwater improvement projects. In fact, Craig A. Smith and Associates attorney, engineer Orlando Rubio, and I issued a RFP, held a public meeting, took in proposals at the end of last month, and had a public meeting to review those proposals. Of the proposals submitted, we've given you a synopsis of that in the recommendations memo that came from Mr. Rubio last week. Of those submittals, Southeastern Engineer Contractors had the best price and the most responsible proposal submitted. So I don't know if Mr. Rubio would like to add something more about the project and just the details, but do know.
If you would just come up, just introduce yourself for those who may not know you. You've been working with the village for so long.
Yes. So much work.
So much work. You were here before all of us.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
My name is Orlando Rubio. I work for Craig A. Smith and Associates. We're the engineer of record for the El Jardín Stormwater Improvements Project. And as Chris has just surmised, we finally put this project, this phase one of this project out to bid. We did the pre-bid meeting. We had 8 interested parties show up at the pre-bid, and we had 5 bid submittals for our review. They were sealed bids. Then we go through the review process. I reviewed the 3 lowest bidders for document completeness, relevant, project experience, document bid tabulations, make sure the math is right with the bid tabs. And so basically, in summation, the Southeastern Engineering Contractors were the lowest apparent bidders for the bid total price of $322,643. This contractor has successfully bid before on projects that CAS has done for other municipalities, and they've done work for us. They're doing a job now for us in the town of Golden Beach. So we're very familiar with their work, and they're very familiar with our engineering. And Mr. Eddie Dominguez, president of SEC, he's on the Zoom in case council have any questions for him directly. He's willing to answer any questions you may have of him. But I think we have a pretty good submittal. The bid price came within 6% of our estimate, so that's pretty good. And this day and age, with COVID affecting prices of materials and time and all that stuff. But I'll just end it here and feel for any questions or remarks.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubio. Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot.
I'm a little confused, so help me get
Sure.
unconfused. Southeastern Engineering Contractors, is that Craig Smith's company?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what's the why did this company review the bids?
No, we reviewed the bids.
Who are we?
We, CAS, Craig A. Smith and Associates, the engineer of record for the El Jardín project. We did the design of the drainage system and the permitting.
We don't have any. Is there conflict of interest going on here? And I just kind of
No,
got
ma'am.
it crossed.
Nope.
Craig is Southeastern.
No.
Okay, that's all I need to know. As long as Craig is not Southeastern.
No, ma'am.
I
Two
just
different
saw
companies.
where Mr. Smith Associates, because he's a resident, I just saw where his name kept coming up, and I'm going, what's going on here? He's reviewing the bids and getting the contract? You just answered me, no, that is not the case. That's clear, Mr.
Sure.
Mayor, that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Lightfoot Ward. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, Vice Mayor Irvine.
Yeah, so as I looked into who Southeastern Engineer Contractors were, not surprising, a lot of this type of work is behind the scenes, and it's people in the business who understand this, right? So I did not find really anything, like I didn't find any newspaper articles of drama or anything like that in the past. So that was actually encouraging. And so similarly, I did want to have just a more rounded understanding of who the company was, but I think you actually laid it out fairly well in your statements. And so, to that degree, I wouldn't mind hearing from the owner if he wanted to speak. But just to be clear, we are talking about a company that's out of Hialeah, established in 1984. Is that correct? He'll be able to tell me. But
Yes, Eddie, if you
okay.
can Eddie Dominguez speak?
Hi, Mr. Dominguez. How are you doing? I saying you have to unmute yourself, Mr. Dominguez, if you're there. Any luck?
Contractor.
Okay, Mr. Dominguez, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself and say hello.
I just sent him a text.
No, that's fine. But anyway, so I had looked into it a little bit.
Yeah, they're out of Hialeah.
You know,
I mean,
just to see, anyway, so everything. I was glad to find no drama and nothing. I was glad to really find not too much because this isn't the type of business that does marketing, for example.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to confirm that it was the organization that I had in mind. So that's yeah, sure.
Sure. He's his right-hand man there.
You got it. Absolutely. Mr. Vargas?
Good evening, everybody.
How are you doing?
Hey, Freddie.
Hi, how you doing, Orlando? How things going? Unfortunately, Mr. Dominguez, he had some technical difficulties. He's right now in a location that his service is not available. We lost him like 30 minutes ago. But if you have any questions that I can help you out,
Sure. My only question was just to confirm that the business is based out of Hialeah and has been in business since 1984. That was really my only question.
Well, yes, Southeastern Engineering Contractors is not a new company. It started with Mr. Dominguez's father, and it has an extensive history of experience with these kind of projects.
Thank you very much. That's truly my only question. So.
Thank you, Freddie.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the council, any questions or comments about this, you guys? No. And for everybody who wants to know, so on the, to Councilperson Lightfoot Ward's point, on the July 20th, 2021 letter that's in our agenda packages, you see the letter there from Craig A. Smith explaining the whole process. And then on page 3, you see the table breakdown with all the different businesses that went for the bid, and you see right there that Southeastern's #1 there, followed by the other companies that are there. So the whole breakdown, then even beyond that, you get a breakdown table by table, and then beyond that, you get the map and everything like that. So it's all right there, you guys. Anybody from Zoom, Daniel? We're good. Anybody from the audience? Any questions or comments about the El Jardín stormwater project? All right. Madam Clerk, may I please have, may I please have a motion to approve the resolution number I6, resolution I6, the El Jardín Stormwater Improvement Construction Award.
I wish the manager could make the motion because of how much blood, sweat, and tears has been put into this. So. Yeah. Lightfoot Ward is moved. I'll second.
Dr. Lightfoot, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward and Council and Vice Mayor Erbaum are making the motion in your stead, Madam Manager, but you're in our minds as we make the motion. There you go. Anybody else with further comment before I go to roll call? Okay. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please have a roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Perella. Vice Mayor Erbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Madam Manager. We appreciate it. The next item, you guys, is resolution I7. This is the proposed non-ad valorem. We're going to be getting into a lot when it comes to budget in September. But right now we have to start going through the niceties just to set up everything. Attorney Geller, will you please read that into the record, please?
Resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County, Florida, adopting the rate for solid waste and recycling services in the Village of El Portal as indicated in Attachment A, imposing solid waste and recycling assessment for property located within the Village of El Portal for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021, approving the rate of assessment for the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022, fixing the time and date for final adoption of the assessment, and directing the village manager to forward a copy of this resolution to the Miami-Dade County Property Appraiser's Office, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Mr. Wallace, if you please come to the mic, please. You guys, this is just proposed non-ad valorem. We have to do this every time we get ready to go into budget season. Mr. Wallace, if you would just please explain, just for everybody watching out there, what this means, proposed non-ad valorem has to do with the solid waste and things like that. Just explain really quick what the assessment is all about.
Chris Wallace, interim CFO for the city. This is essentially a garbage bill. It's collected on your property tax bill. It's for the whole year. It's assessed on a dwelling unit basis. It's higher than it was for the current year. Last year, about this time, you were out to bid, and we tried to guess what the rate would be, and we thought we would guess high when the bids came in, but we were actually a little lower. So we couldn't adjust it. Once the trim notices go out, you're really kind of hard pressed to renotice the things. So your solid waste contract includes a CPI, which was, I believe, 1.2%, somewhere in that, a fuel index adjustment, I believe, and then the big unknown is what the county's tipping fee was going to be, because solid waste haulers basically just pass that through based upon a calculation that's in your contract. So the unofficial word that we get from some of the professionals in the business through their contacts with the county commission, who will set that rate in September, is about $55 a ton. So this rate reflects all of that. It's basically a pass-through cost. The village does not make any money off of it. It's just what it costs to provide garbage and recycling services to the village's residential services.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. Wallace, couldn't have said it better myself. Very clear. Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I believe it's about a $33 a year, if I remember correctly, rate increase for each dwelling unit. So a single family house will pay about $33, $35, if I remember correctly. I'm sorry?
So you tell me it's going to be $50 now?
No, I think it's going to be a total of $433. If that's
no, I'm trying to see a budget in this thing. How much more per capita is being doled out to the resident? How much is it?
Okay, it's $33 a house, I believe.
Okay, that's what it is now, or that's what it's going to be?
It's going to be $33 more. So I think it's going from $400 to $433 a year for solid waste and recycling.
And we have no say in the matter?
Oh, you absolutely have a say. You're the elected body. You can charge less, which means the difference will come from property taxes or some other source. So it's a way of financing solid waste. Typically, cities just recover whatever the solid waste cost is as part of the assessment. Other cities don't use a special assessment. They may put it on their utility bill. You don't have that luxury. Some cities may bill for it separately and send out a monthly bill. That's not the usual case because billing and collecting is expensive and some people don't pay the bill. So it's pretty common in South Florida to see these more and more on the property tax bill collected as a special assessment.
So it has nothing to do with our contractor as much as it has to do with, it doesn't seem fair taxation without representation. If it's going to go up, and I'm not talking at you, I'm talking with you, it seems we should have a say in it.
Well, you
because
do.
To go from point in particular, to go from $33 to 50 some odd dollars may not seem like a lot to some people, but this is garbage. And half the time our bulk pickup is not full. And the other time garbage is always full. And yes, it's the same company. And
yeah.
we are not under It's a subcontractor of the county. I understand that.
Well, it was a bid process you went through. It doesn't really have so much to do with Miami-Dade County as you're kind of burdened with being small, so you're not going to attract a lot of the commercial haulers that you might think. And I don't think Dade County actually wanted to bid on it either.
That's right.
So you don't have the economy of scales. I will tell you that if you look around and say Miami-Dade and Broward County, the smaller cities tend to pay more just because it's the economy of scale for a private hauler to do it.
I recall earlier this year, we had a Zoom, Mr. Mayor, with the contractor that does our bulk pickup, our solid waste. And they were very professional in presentation. But I don't see where we have a buy-in to raising the price of a commodity that's occurring and reoccurring without any way of measuring why. Why is it going up? Why?
Okay.
The cans are pretty, but they also break easily. That's that orange, green, yellow, green container that we have. That's our garbage truck.
So I don't think you have to pay for broken equipment that's on the hauler. So if you have a broken cart, I think I may be speaking out of turn, but typically it's up to them to replace those carts if they were damaged. But that's not the biggest cost. That cost is amortized over generally the life of the contract. So the contract that you entered into does include an inflation adjustment.
A certain amount of inflation, right?
Yes, ma'am. It also includes a fuel adjustment, which
Okay, I got you.
for some haulers, it went down this year, but you can expect it to go up a lot next year because gasoline prices over the course of the last year have gone up.
Yeah. Okay.
But a big factor is what the county charges for tipping fees or the tonnage disposed of at the county landfills, and that's never going to go down. So it's all a pass through. I don't really know how to. The only way you can usually save money on solid waste, I mean, you did a competitive process, but it's a function of the service you get, how many bulk waste pickups you get, how many times a week they come to pick up the garbage. And it's an average cost. So someone who's a retiree living alone obviously doesn't have nearly as much garbage as a single family that has 5 or 6 kids or whatever. You know, they generate more waste. But the problem is it's tough to bill for that because you don't know how many people live in a house. So I know my grandmother used to complain about that, and she was right, but that's just the way it is. That's how it's always billed. So you do have a choice, but you don't have much of a choice on what it's going to cost you to provide garbage.
How long is this contract? Can you tell me?
For
Usually
you-
runs 7 years. Madam Manager, do you know how long this contract's running?
Yes, we have a 5-year contract with Coastal Waste with 2 options to extend for another 5.
Okay, with that in mind, are we in the 3rd year or the 2nd?
We're in the, I think we've been 1 year.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've only had them 1
but
year.
This coming up is the 2nd.
October will make the first year complete.
So you told me it's about 3%. Is that what you told me? Is that what you just mentioned to me, that it goes up incrementally?
Well, it goes up by whatever the CPI calculation is. It's a defined term in the contract. So we did look that up, but the CPI wasn't very much. It was 1 point something percent, I think, or around 2 anyway. The fuel index was a nominal amount, and the tipping fee, I think, was a little bit too. So to go from 400 to 430, keep in mind, we did not charge everyone the current year what it actually cost when that bid came in and the contract was awarded. We thought we guessed high, but when the bids actually came in, it came in higher. So in the current year's budget, you're not really charging people what it cost for that contract when it came in, because it came in late after the notices had gone out. So to say that it went from 400 to 433 is kind of misleading because you really didn't charge them what it cost to begin with. And if I had to go back and look, it was probably half of that. So maybe from 415 to 433. And I just got to be honest with you. I mean, solid waste is just one of those things that in South Florida is just going to become more expensive. And recycling is a big problem for a lot of people. When I say people, I mean cities, because they're struggling on what to do with recycling.
Okay.
I mean, I wish I could hold out hope that you could do something, but unless you cut back your service levels, I don't see how that's going to be possible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilor Lightfoot Ward. Anybody else from the council? You guys?
Yes, just.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilor.
Sorry, just one comment. So if we were at 400, assuming right? 400 more or less before. That came out to about $33.33 per month per household. If we go all the way up to 435, that'd be just under $3 additional each month per household. And so just crunching the numbers, that's what that looks like. And then I personally believe that the answer to this is really going to be at a legislative level, probably much larger than El Portal at the state and even federal level. Package manufacturing has to change. Every single thing that you use is throwaway. Your car, all the pieces of your car, your cell phone. I mean, if we don't change the way we make things, then I don't know. I recommend the movie Idiocracy to everybody. It's the most scary movie I've ever seen in my life. But I certainly recommend if you watch just the first 3 minutes, just give yourself the first 3 minutes of Idiocracy, and then that'll help you understand where we're headed. And the answer is beyond El Portal. And if this absurdity of saving the planet continues to be placed on the shoulders of individuals, we'll all have no future whatsoever. So that's the answer to this, is we need people to change the way things are manufactured. But $3, a little bit less, $2.90, something like that, is what we're talking about in terms of an increase by my calculation. Is that about right?
Sounds about right.
Per household, per month, just under $3. Okay.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Urban. Anybody else from the council? Any questions or comments about this? Seeing none. Anybody on Zoom? Daniel, how we look? Thumbs up. Anybody in the audience? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve resolution I-7, proposed non-ad valorem? Motion moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Perrella. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Urbom.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Madam Clerk. Next is item I-8. This is the resolution for proposed millage rates.
A resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, of Miami-Dade County, Florida, adopting the final levying of ad valorem taxes of 8.30 mils, which is more than the rolled back rate of 7.57 mils by 9.64% for the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County for fiscal year 2018-2019. There is one, I think, small typo in the agenda. It also should say setting the dates for the first and final budget hearings for fiscal year. Again, unfortunately, it had the wrong year there, but it should say setting the dates for the first and final budget hearings for fiscal year 21-22, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
And those dates we have, I believe the first one we have is the 9th, Attorney Geller. The second would be the 23rd, I believe we have proposed.
We need to read into the record, Mayor, the not only the proposed millage rate, but the rollback rate needs to be read into the record, which the clerk will do, as well as the actual dates before we have the discussion.
Perfect.
Those must be read aloud into the record.
Perfect. Appreciate that, Attorney Geller.
Point of order. I have one question. In the title of the resolution, proposed mileage rates, is it an issue that's a misspelling?
That's a misspelling.
No.
I mean, I know it's a misspelling. I'm saying, is it an issue?
It's a perfectly good question, Vice Mayor, but the answer is no. It's not.
It's not
All right.
misspelled.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wallace, if you can please come back to the microphone.
Changing plans, I'm going to.
You're going to read it? Okay.
Yeah. The proposed millage rate per the actual language in the actual resolution. The proposed millage rate pursuant to Florida statutes, which must be read pursuant to Florida statute 200.065, is as follows. The gross certification, gross taxable value certified by the property appraiser is $1,255,315. The proposed operating millage, not mileage, rate for Section 2 is 8.3 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 7.57 mils by 9.64%. And the first budget hearing is to be held on Thursday, September 9th, 2021 at 6 p.m. And the final budget hearing is to be held on 2 weeks later on Thursday, September 23rd, 2021 at 6 p.m., both at the Village Hall, 500 Northeast 87th Street, El Portal, Florida.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Mr. Wallace, just briefly give an overview of the millage rate, the proposed millage rate, why this is necessary that we have to get this ready to go into budget season, and then we can discuss it further in budget season when we actually, debate and things like
Sure.
that. Yep.
So,
thank you.
Under the Florida laws, you have to notify the property appraiser of a proposed millage rate by the first part of August. And that's what you're doing here. It can be done administratively, but I think it's typical for cities to have this, kind of blessed by the elected bodies so they know what's going on. We're recommending the current rate be the rate adopted for next year. You have a PBA contract that is going to increase your costs pretty noticeably, and also some debt service money coming in. I would note that if you have lived in El Portal and have a homestead exemption, which most people do, your property taxes aren't going to go up because of El Portal, everything else held equal, by about 1.5%, because that's the limit that your assessed value can increase from one year to the next. Now, I can't guarantee you what the county or school board will do. They're the biggest parts of your tax bill. But your property tax value, the value of your property won't go up for homesteaded property by that amount. So in a larger sense, you're actually kind of benefiting from having properties in the village that are very attractive for people to redevelop, improve, and resell. So that's why your property values went up, was because the market values went up, and you have new residents coming in, or they were on properties owned by non-homesteaded property owners, and the value of the property is just good. So the homestead laws in Florida protect homesteaded properties, the property owners, from large increases from one year to the next because of that. And I think you're benefiting from market values, and looking forward, I would think that would carry forward even into fiscal year 23. And of course, you have some property tax base commercially that's going to be coming online in the next handful of years. My point being that because your tax base is so small and not very well diversified, it really helps to grow that number. That's basically how you're going to try to keep your head above water over the next few years. So it's a good thing, but I don't want people who are living here with homestead exemptions to think that their property taxes are going to go up by 9 or 10%. They likely are only going to go up by 1 or 2%. And, you can talk about the equity of having two existing homes, someone who's lived there for 30 years, someone who just moved in. This person's going to pay a lot more in taxes than this person, not just to El Portal, but to every property taxing authority on their tax bill. So it's a good thing. I don't think it's going to hurt people who are currently living here by a noticeable amount. And more importantly, you can lower it at the public hearings, but you're not able to raise it. So as a matter of conservatism, we would say keep it. And if the things develop and you choose otherwise, you can lower it, but you will not be able to raise it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. I'm going to go to the council. But like I said, when we get into the budget workshop and then the budget hearings is when all the debate starts to happen. And then, we go back and forth with why something should be a certain way. This is just, these are just fundamentals that have to get passed by certain dates in order to start to prepare for budget season. Vice Mayor Urban.
Yes, just for the benefit of people at home, this particular item has a little bit of confusion because it's legalese combined with accounting terminology. So Just to be clear, the rate of 8.3 mils is not an increase from last year. It is the same as assessed last year, correct?
And it's been that way for many years.
Okay, would you, just for the benefit of the residents tuning in and here presently, help them understand what the significance of that rollback rate that looks much more appealing of the 7.5% is?
Yeah, the rollback rate can be very misleading to people. So what it is in substance is, in the aggregate, combining all the properties in the village, it's the millage rate that would generate the same property tax revenue that you have in the current year. So you would lower the rate. If you got $1 last year, you'd still get $1. And the difference is because the property values in aggregate have been lifted up. So that's the rollback rate. But, you know, the problem with the rollback rate, particularly for smaller communities, is nothing's the same cost, like solid waste, nothing costs the same as it did last year. So you really kind of have to deal with that. But that's what it is in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I'm a conservative when it comes to money. El Portal tax rate 2000 to through 2020. In 2000, we had a 7.7% millage rate. In 2001 to 2006, we had an 8.7% millage rate. In 2007, we had, notice that was over 5 years, we had an 8.7% millage rate. In 2007, we had a 7% millage rate. In 2008 to 2009, we had a 7.8 millage rate. 2010, we had a 7.9%. 2011 through 2020, it has been 8.3%. Seems to me, because of the way the language is, Mr. Attorney, did you write this strong language? More than the rollback rate of 7.57 mils by 9.64% for the village. That sounds pretty strong to me. Did you
No,
write
ma'am.
that? Is that typical language?
It is
It's
mandated language.
Exactly.
By the state as to what must be calculated as to not only what the proposed rate is, but also what the rolled back rate is, and that's why that has to be.
I'm
read
not
into the
questioning
record.
any of that,
No,
Mr.
but
Attorney.
The answer is it's mandated by the
Mandated
state. It
language.
was not written by.
And it's
no.
it's speaking very strongly. It says, you will know that this is what it's going to be. So don't come later crying about how high it is, because it's very strongly stated if you read it. Okay. I have a concern about that. I have a lot of concern about that, but I don't want to take this time right now. If we're not going to lower the millage rate, we need to remember to consider it. I heard you say it's not that much money. You are not in my pocket. I came to this village before I was 40 years old. I'll be 70 next year. You're not in my pocket. So think about that. I know we can't just let this go. I know that we have to vote this or vote it lower. And until we actually understand what we're spending in this village, I'm going to yield this year. But there's got to be some changes. People are coming in here and basically raping us by building a house that's still a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, but they got it all prettied up. And they're charging $500,000 to a house that's not more than $200,000 in real value. I bought my house for $65,000 back in 93, sorry. That house right now is 200 and some odd thousand, and I didn't put not one brand new thing in there. I just kept it maintained. Is that fair? So I'm thinking about others like me in this village. I'm talking to the council now in this village that are struggling with a tax bill that was once $1,200 and now it's almost $25,000 or $3,000. You're not in my pocket. So thank you very much, but I want people to take this very seriously. So that next month, when we're talking about this village and what it costs in here, we need to be trying to think about how we can save some things Because all we've been doing for the last 2011 to 2020 is maintaining an 8.3% millage rate. And yet my village manager would tell me she struggles to meet a budget. Am I right or wrong?
You're right. We do have a tight budget. It's
Mhm.
extremely lean. But understand, a lot of people are comparing us to other villages. We are paying, a high price in taxes.
Exactly.
But we're fewer people though. But we still have the services. We still have to operate. So when you're saying you want to cut the taxes or you want to roll back the millage, then that affects operating.
Yes.
That's going to affect the services, and we don't have many services.
I understand. I do understand. I work for small and large cities. I do understand. But at some place, at some point, we got to realize that this village isn't getting any younger, and people are having a hard time. Thank you for bringing this information to us. But I hope that I've shed a little bit of light on folks that this is not a simple thing. This language is strong. It says you know it, you knew it, and you can't do anything about it until you plan for it. Thank you, sir.
If
Thank
I
you, Mr.
might,
Mayor.
there is one worry in the future, and you kind of touched on it when you were talking about what happened in the past. So you've seen residential property values escalate quickly in recent memory, and then you've seen them plummet in recent memory because of people buying homes and not really living there, and the debacle that happened back during the Great Recession because of that, and they're increasing rapidly now, that for different reasons. Okay, so maybe I'm not as concerned as I would have been back when people were paying and financing it. People were just throwing crazy money at it because they could finance it easier. But what happened back then is kind of directly related to the millage rate. If you're like most cities, you saw the increase in values go up, and so you lowered the millage rate, and then they plummeted, and you really kind of had to bump them back up. And I would suspect, if I went back and looked at it, it took a number of years until probably in the last 2 or 3 years, if even then, that your tax base returned to where it was at the height of that last increase in property values because of what was going on with financing residential properties. So if they fall quickly and you've built your budget on that revenue stream, you could very well face, looking at some tough choices in cutting services or raising the tax rate just to generate the same amount of money that you needed to support your budget. So it is with caution you should proceed further. Although what I see in El Portal, I see in a lot of cities with similar demographics. People are paying, and like you said, they're improving their homes. That works to your advantage as a homestead property owner, because like you noted, you paid a lot less for your home, and now people are paying a lot more. So when you do sell, if that's your choice, you should make quite a handsome profit off of it. The downside to that is the people who are buying it, like my neighbor in my neighborhood, is paying a lot. Young family, bigger mortgage, more taxes on the mortgage. I know what it was like when I bought my house in the mid 80s. Interest rates were 13%. And if you don't think that hurts trying to pay for a house, you're sadly mistaken. But it's tough. I mean, there is inequities. He lives in the exact same house that I live in, and he pays, roughly 4 times more than I do in property taxes. Is that fair? I don't particularly think so, but that's the way it is in Florida. So I do appreciate your caution. You should always be cautious about this, and hopefully we can give you good advice on how to move forward. But you are you will see throughout Florida, low tax bases mean higher tax rates. That doesn't necessarily mean someone's paying more in taxes. It probably means their value of their home is less than what it would be in, say, a more wealthy city. But as I go through your community, I think it's a very attractive place, and you start seeing a lot of redevelopment. And they're cute houses as they were originally built. They're cute houses as they're being redeveloped. I think that's good for the city. You're not forcing anyone out of their home. You have people who are buying. Someone's making a nice profit. Some houses, were dilapidated, and investors buy it, improve them, and sell them. That's good for the city. That which fails to blossom will die. So I like to see redevelopment. I like to see people improving their properties. I don't like them seeing taxed out of their homes, but by and large, I don't see that because of the trim laws.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, you good? Thank you. Vice Mayor Erban, did you?
I'll be brief. I just want to largely agree with what Dr. Lightfoot Ward said and remind the council of my opinion, which is if we do not actively look to preserve the socioeconomic diversity of this village, we will not recognize it soon. And so just in that regard, there are some positive things on the horizon, like expanded commercial development, the Cavista project, Little Farm, things like this will expand our tax base, which may allow us then to reduce, the millage rate. But I certainly think it's vital and mandatory that we actively ensure that we maintain a socioeconomic diversity in this village and care for low income and fixed income residents. So.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Erban. Anybody else from the council?
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Do we have a date for a budget workshop, Madam Manager?
So, go ahead. Budget workshop. If you look, it's before the resolutions and ordinances. Remember, we moved the agenda around.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that.
So we're
in
going to talk
H.
about that. Yeah,
Not a
yeah.
problem.
I have a
Thank-
proposed date written down for that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the council? All right, you guys, and just always keep in mind, just in case anybody has questions for you, Mr. Wallace. But we do have the two budget hearings where we can also address millage rate at that time. So those two will also be in September. Keep that in mind. Anybody on Zoom, Daniel? We're good. Anybody from the audience, questions or comments about this? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve Resolution I-8, which is the proposed millage rates
So
resolution?
move it,
So moved.
Mr. Mayor.
And I'll second.
I
Yeah.
moved it and I seconded with the caveat, nothing for the record, but something to the extent of what you just said. And I missed it just that fast, or something about, we can always change it back. Is that true, Mr.
Yes.
Attorney? Because my impression is once you give that number, the property appraiser goes with it and runs. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Well, but it is practically speaking the case that you cannot increase the number. There is some extraordinary mechanisms that it can be done, but practically speaking, once you adopt this proposed millage rate, you cannot increase that above 8.3.
Yeah.
Now, you are free as a result of the budget hearings to lower the number.
That's what I'm trying to get the
Yes,
record to
ma'am.
show. Yes, you can do
But you
that.
cannot increase it beyond the number without taking certain, it's not technically impossible, but there are some extraordinary steps that would have to be followed to increase it beyond 8.3.
Yeah, I was particularly giving, speaking to you, Councilperson Lightfoot, when I said we'll have two more chances to address this, the two budget hearings, because you can lower it with no problem, but you just can't increase it. So, all right. So I had a motion by Councilperson Martin and a second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Okay. May I please have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Perella. Vice Mayor Erban.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And next is I-9. This is the Florida State Appropriation for Horseman Traffic Calming. This is the $300,000 that we got from Tallahassee. Thank you to State Rep Dottie Joseph. We appreciate that. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for signing it.
Resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Patel, Florida, authorizing the Village of El Patel Council to approve and accept the proposed scope of services agreement from Craig A. Smith and Associates, Inc. for engineering services related to the traffic calming grant, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
All right. This was, you guys know about the money that we received, thankfully. Madam Manager, if you want to say anything about it, but it's pretty straightforward.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have been graced with a wonderful appropriation from the state, and we are happy to have it and can't wait to get started. In fact, we aren't able to wait to get started because the state is now requiring that we execute the grant agreement. Well, we have some technical matters that we have to include in that grant agreement, and we need to get our engineer of record on board. And so the proposal comes to you for approval so that we can then begin the execution of this document. Our engineering at Craig A. Smith will be doing the design for the traffic calming project, and then we will then seek the construction thereafter. So Mr. Rubio is here for any questions, but this is the necessary contract to engage the services of Craig A. Smith to begin the work on the technical and design work needed for the state appropriation.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council?
My only question might actually be for Chief Magnuson, but you don't need to come up if you don't, it might be a kind of a hypothetical here, but I know that we've been collecting data, right, through different means, devices, et cetera. And so I would just like to know that we would be able to continue collecting data, or at least let the residents know that we would be continuing to collect data after the installation of this traffic calming device, so that we'd have some sort of measure of the effectiveness of it, so that it could be pointed to, so that maybe the county then allows us to do some things on the county roads, that we can do additional things at other points in the village. So I just want to put that out there, that there is some data at play as well, that we can measure before and after, that could give us extra teeth to get some more traffic calming assistance from either the county on the county roads, or at least be able to find a similar program for other parts of the village. So
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Irwin. Appreciate that. Thank you. Anybody else from the council? Any questions or comments about the traffic calming? All right. Hearing none. How are we looking on Zoom, Daniel? Thumbs up. Anybody from the audience? Any questions about this? The appropriation? Yes. Come to the mic. Say your name and address for the record, please. And the floor is yours.
My name's Maura Peterson, 383 Northeast 86th Street. What is a traffic calming device?
It can be many, go ahead, many forms.
This particular one is a roundabout
Rotunda,
at
yeah.
the corner of.
Yes, that's our goal, is to do a roundabout at the intersection of Northwest 91st and Northwest Second Avenue. It is to provide a safe drive to school to the Horace Mann Middle School.
So on Second Avenue and what?
90th.
91st?
91st, I'm sorry, 91st.
West Second Avenue, which is
Northwest.
a smaller street than East Second Avenue. It's not a main thoroughfare, but what it is a straightaway with no obstructions whatsoever, no stop signs. And so what occurs is deadline sprints by multiple vehicles throughout the day. And
right by school children.
And if we can demonstrate that this is a viable mechanism to calm that activity, then we can do additional similar things throughout the village as a village-wide strategy. So, but this is a big deal because of the assistance and funding to get this done.
Right, but are you saying that all with this money, you're only going to put in roundabouts, or are you going to put in red light cameras?
With this money, we're only going to put in one roundabout at that intersection. It will include like redoing of the sidewalks will be ADA accessible. It'll include the entire intersection, as opposed to just a piece of roundabout in the middle of the intersection. It will include the redesign of that entire intersection, including the sidewalks and access.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
While we're visiting the structure, I live on that street. I live right up the street, and without that traffic calming, we're gonna continue to have that raceway. It is what it is. Every night, every morning, every day. Speed limit is 25. They're doing 50 because it's a straightaway from 90th Street all the way to where the painter, Jasper Paint. I don't need to tell you all, we need one on both ends, but I'm so glad that Craig Associates were able to run this thing, because it was just a thought last year this time. So I live on that street. I'm on the corner, and we're talking 60 to 70 miles an hour on the straightaway. Just, and they come from that front line on the 90th Street. completely dangerous. We need something there because it just goes from 95th Street straight through, stop sign right at El Portel, boom. It's extremely dangerous. And I trust that this will be just the first one that calms that street. It's been like that for years. But thank you so much for wanting to know what a roundabout is. That's a very good question. But when you're a corner house with that type of hazard, you kind of welcome it with open arms. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Anybody else from the council? Any questions or comments?
Final comment, I'll be brief, but you guys all know that I'm against speed bumps. I don't find that they work at all. I am in favor of roundabouts. I think they're great.
It's like the one outside. That used to be really terrible. Then they put a roundabout. No, it's not the same.
Yeah. Thank you, you guys. Anybody else from the audience? How are we looking on Zoom? Thumbs up? Thumbs up. Anybody else out there? Okay. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve Resolution I-9, which is the Florida State Appropriation for Horace Mann Traffic Calming?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Urban, second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Oh, yes.
Councilperson Perrella is gone for the day. Vice Mayor Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much to State Representative Dottie Joseph, Governor DeSantis, and thank you very much for Senator Pizzo, even though he was trying to get a lot for us, but the governor vetoed his stuff. But thank you for Senator Pizzo also for trying to get more for us. Next, we're going back up to agenda items, you guys. We're going to H1. This is a skateboard park request. If they would like to come up to the microphones, there's 2 microphones if both of you guys want to go to each one.
Good evening, everybody. As you guys may or may not know, my name is Jonathan Strauss. I'm the visionary behind probably a professional scene of showcasing non-displacement gentrification into a great community where we're gonna want to seek to help provide jobs for the community members and create a vibrant space that'll put El Portal on the map for Miami-Dade County. We're in the process of construction. We are a developer that is creating this great space. We came first to El Portal, I guess, in terms of the commercial type development that exists in the annexed area. And I don't know if anybody saw the Olympic Games, but we got great hope this past weekend when 2 13-year-olds were able to podium. And so it gives great hope to the community here, where if we're building this great exemplary type training facility, maybe El Portal will have an Olympian in the future, and if not, at least they'll have kids that got the mental health benefits and all the great things that skateboarding brings to every community that we've built parks in worldwide. We're coming to the council now because we wanted to create an ask. We've privately funded about 75% of the park, and we're in a position where we were awarded a world championship stop from Street League, which is the world eminence that helps qualify people into the Olympic Games and all of that. And they'd like to create a partnership with us here in El Portal over the next 3 years, guaranteed, and hopefully for the life of when Skatebird is in El Portal. Because of that, we're looking for a partnership or a sponsorship with the council, and we're looking for a shortfall of $300,000 that we've had to get to the finish line. And so I wanted to discuss that with everybody, see where your thoughts were, and figure out a way that we can partner with the village so that the village can feel part of it, and grow together, so that when future development comes, there could be aid that way and things like that.
Do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Yes.
right.
Press it like this.
That one?
Just
Can you hear me?
tap it.
Okay. Is it okay if I take this off?
That's
Talk?
okay.
My name is Guillermo Vicas. I am one of the partners with Skateboard Supercross and Skateboard that is being built. There's many more things involved than just the ask for the money. We understand that there is funds allocated for spaces like this. And there is also great opportunity that comes to the village, to the community, because we're looking not only for the support, but to go into the opportunities that also come with it. We are going to be employing around 60 to 100 people on the venue from the park side of operations. There's also going to be retailers and food vendors that are also going to be calling in people. So there's a lot of benefits aside from our regular program that we would like to be involved as a part of the community coming to El Portal when we start operating. Yes, the reason for today is the ask for the money, but in addition to that, the opportunity to integrate and start having synergies with the neighborhood, as it's going to be a great location starting beginning of October, God willing. There's many things that will grow from this. It's going to be a great venue to host events for people to be able to show their entrepreneurship. There's going to be retail spots available. There's going to be, it's a family place. It's a place oriented around education. That's our basis. And we are willing to explore to see how we can have your support and work together.
Thank you very much. Before I open it up to the council, Madam Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be the first time that that El Portal would do anything with a private business.
Yes, this would be, if we were to do something like this, it would be a precedent. I mean, this would be something new we haven't done before. We don't have any. We're built out community that has very little commercial. We have small home businesses and a small little business corridor on Northeast 2nd Avenue. So something like this would be completely new to this village and new to our realm.
Attorney Geller, in your legal opinion, what would be things that we would have to maybe watch out for as far as a government getting involved with a private business, or what are the benefits either way, or both?
What was the last one?
Or the benefits, if you feel like there's benefits either way or both.
Well, the benefits are the fact that they've indicated that they would offer certain compensation, profit sharing to the village if the enterprise was successful. The nature of those and what protections the village could and should require would be matters of contractual negotiation. Legally, public-private partnerships are permitted. So if there was some agreement between the village and the entrepreneurs, a contract would have to be negotiated stating what those terms would be. There are other restrictions on public-private partnerships that have to do with unsolicited proposals. If we got that far, we would have to comply with the statutes about what you can do with an unsolicited proposal and what the parameters could be of a public-private partnership. I mean, there are things that could be done, and there are things that couldn't be done. But, I mean, clearly, Mayor, the issue is not mostly legal, it's financial, in that obviously $300,000 is a lot of money for this village. And so I would say to you that if the council was able to find some funds, and if the council desired to move forward, and if the council was able to strike a basic business deal with the entrepreneurs, we would find a way to make that work legally, unless the basic business deal you came up with violated the law. But making it work legally is a lot easier than making it work financially, and that's the first thing you have to look at in even considering the request. And if there aren't funds to do it, or if there is a very limited amount of funds to do it, you'll just never get to the legal issues.
Thank you, Attorney Geller. So our development agreement funds, you guys. It says parks and open space. I think what we kind of had in mind when we were thinking parks, when we first put that together, reinvestment and capital improvements, tree planting, capital expenditures. There's street repair. We have police, which is very important. We have for those development agreement funds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys have on that land, you have a lease for, because you guys don't own that land, correct?
We don't own the land yet, but the vision of it is to be able to take over the land and keep the park for the long term. Currently, we have a 10-year lease that allows us to extend 2 additional years for negotiations, and we have a first right of refusal for purchase of the land.
Yeah. I'm open to the council right now. Let me just say I appreciate all businesses in El Portal. I appreciate all businesses that come in El Portal. Who I think about first and foremost, though, Vice Mayor, is our residents and their needs. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to you, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'll try and be brief, and then I'll try and be as candid. Yeah, I'll try and be as candid and blunt as possible, just for your benefit and the residents' benefit. So, okay. I'm still upset that the village passed up an opportunity to buy the sanctuary when it had the chance. That is an outrageous oversight and mistake to not break a sweat, bend over backwards, do whatever was necessary for the village to acquire that property. Okay, water under the bridge. In this scenario, the ask, I wish you would have outlined it a little bit more clearly, because when you and I spoke, for example, what the attorney is referring to is a plan to have a fee, however that looks like legally, whatever that looks like, a fee generated on your property from sales and revenues that essentially goes to pay back what you're asking for. And what you had talked to me about was that would essentially remain in place even once that money was paid. And so it could be viewed as an investment opportunity from the village, and that once that money was repaid, there would be a remaining revenue stream going to the village. That, as I told you that day, sounds like a very reasonable proposal. And I think most reasonable people would at least consider it. As I had said, it's something worth considering. It truly is. The question is, the funds that we're talking about currently are the fees that are generated from the Cavista project. Those fees were generated because the Cavista project was not able to create a certain amount of green space, and so that fee was calculated on, well, what would it cost the village to acquire the amount of green space that they should have essentially developed, right? And so I remind the council consistently that fee is not something that's going to be generated from the little farm when that happens, because they have the acreage to accommodate whatever that green space is. So there's zero guarantee that we would ever generate a similar fee from that development. As well, the sanctuary has enough acreage that they, including the present owners, have a model to maintain it exactly as it is, which means there would not be any type of a similar fee generated from that project. So I have said repeatedly and reminded the council that this fee that we're talking about is a one-time chance to have a nest egg for our parks program. And so the reason I bring up the missed opportunity that the village had to acquire the sanctuary all those years ago is that I'm going to say it. I will never forgive former Mayor Cabillos for putting us in a situation where we lost our entire reserves over Irma cleanup. And if we had reserves enough, there would be a very prudent thing to consider the proposal that you're making, to use something like reserve funds to go into an investment opportunity like this. But because of the way that that nest egg is essentially termed and ordinanced, I would be curious to know if we even have the opportunity out of those funds to accomplish this. So having said all of that, I think my question actually is for the attorney to say, are we talking about a candidate for a town hall here on having a discussion about this proposal? Because I do think that on the face of it, it's a perfectly reasonable proposal. It's a large ask, but that's because of our modest means, right? But the proposal itself does have the ability to make sense. I also wish you would have said right at the beginning, going into further detail about the Olympians, because what you had messaged me was, we have an opportunity to have those Olympians in El Portal for your opening, is what it sounds like. You said October, saying opening in October.
Yeah. Each of the 6 medalists are already committed to coming to El Portal.
Each of the 6 Olympic medalists are already committed to coming to El Portal for your opening. You have a 10-year lease, and what you're proposing is I do agree that it is something that is at the very forefront of movement, certainly within the United States, but worldwide in terms of activity and motion and things like this. And I do think that it is something that does make sense. We just need to have a heart-to-heart and speak as candidly as possible among us about what we're talking about here. So I wish that we were in a better position to enthusiastically pursue this proposal, but I think it requires an incredible amount of caution at this time.
If I can add to that, because I understand the size of the ask, and I am also very conservative with money, as my main business is managing money. The numbers that are projected for the project here in El Portal at the conservative level, without any additional revenue from extra events and other sales, would cover that ask if we were to add a 3% fee. I don't know if it's in a form of a partnership or a form of a tax. I'm not the expert on that, but 3% would cover that in the initial 9 years that are left in the lease.
I think 2% might do it.
2%, and we're open to, like I said, there's many other opportunities that can be created, and we would like to work with the village with that.
I ran some numbers at a just for conversation purpose, just not even considering what the retailers sell or what the food and beverage sales, just based on rent collection that we have in our pro forma and on the lessons and things that are core to our business. In the first 6 years of operation, at a 1.5%, there would be a $234,000 increase to the contribution. So it would be $534,000 would have been.
Okay, my last comment is that there's a woman by the last name of Benini who has our money for this investment, and I want the council to be acutely aware of that.
Could you repeat that, please, Vice Mayor?
DP&O, Irma Cleanup, Benini.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Urban. Anybody else from the?
Yes.
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
One of these nice gentlemen gave me a phone call, and I just refuse to talk about anything that deals with money. I like the fact that you all wanted to come to El Portal and whatnot, but I didn't know it was a bait switch on it, that you would come back and use the Olympics to kind of request a partnership of us. $300,000. We're a tiny little city. Why don't you go to the county and still be here? $300,000. We don't have it. I'm telling you that from the front. I don't care what you can come up in terms of the scheme. $300,000. I'm saying this so the residents out there are holding us responsible for making sure that this business deal that we so, and it's not Little Farm anymore. It's an opportunity. That was a trailer park once upon a time, and it was a nightmare. The property that you sit on right now, it's productive. It's right there on the highway. You had the county to go to. We just said yes to your coming here. Whatever profits you make, we don't intend for it to go out the door, paying on something we just allowed ourselves to get in debt with. Had this been about 3 years down the road, I know the Olympics just happened. I know what happened in the Olympics. I'm a former athlete myself. But to come back so quickly, that's like we're paying you now. And that's not what we're trying to do in El Portal. We're trying to build businesses in El Portal. We're not trying to lose what we're trying to gain, and that is an increased revenue, not being the poorhouse or trying to come out of a strained situation. Appreciate your presentation. Skateboarding is one thing, business is another. And like you say, that's what you do, money. That's what we do up here. We do money. We do money. But right now, it's not a good time. And had you come back and said, we went to the county, they're going to front us with so-and-so, we'll be in your village. We may have partnerships for you as you come along. But right now, we're a little bitty village, $300,000. You know what kind of rampant the villagers would do over here? They would just go caboodle. We're 2,500 people. You're talking about $300,000. And even if we did have a reserve, which we don't, which we need to build from the ground up legislatively, we're sitting ducks right now financially. So I'm just being real with you. You came here with your numbers. You came here with an honest proposal. You came here honestly. But I kind of feel like a bait and switch because we just said yes to you having that park over there. And it's not even built, and you're already asking us to go into debt with you, for you. And we can't do that. It's just not a right time right now. It's just not. So I appreciate, which one of you all called me? Was it you that called me?
Yes,
And I'm making it known on the record. Yes, I was almost lobbied after he had consulted with the city attorney, the village attorney. But and I don't appreciate those kinds of things, but because you did it right, I don't mind it being a part of the record. Thank you so much, Attorney Geller, for again looking after the council in their best interest. And I did not call him. I did not go back and find out I did not call. I wanted to hear from you directly so that I could be very honest with you. There's nothing wrong with your proposal. It's just not the right time for us. That's all.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Martin.
And not to belabor the issue, but I do think that Skatebird, your facility is going to be awesome, is an awesome addition to El Portal. The ask, like everyone is saying, is just really big for a city our size. In addition to that, when you're the steward of public funds, some proposals are risky and new and innovative, and you can hop on it as a personal, like as an individual. It makes sense to me when we're talking about public funds. There's always a risk when dealing with private industry. Who would have guessed that COVID would happen? I mean, there's just things that you can't necessarily account for, which limits our ability to be flexible and to hop on things that might be innovative and new and beneficial in the long run, but are just too risky for a city to take advantage of. So I do support Skatebird being in El Portal. I think it's an awesome idea. I think bringing skateboarding to the village in this way is an awesome idea, and we would love to entertain ways to support you in your growth. This one right now is just not something that I think reasonably we can take advantage of. But I don't want you to feel discouraged or unsupported by the city. I would love to engage in conversations with the council about ways in which we can either connect you with the right persons, if there are grant funds that are available, who knows? But I just want you to feel supported and to know that you're welcomed in the village and we see the vision.
Thank you, Councilperson Martin. Anybody from the audience have any questions or comments about this? Here we go. How are you looking on Zoom, Daniel? Thumbs up. Any last questions or comments? This is how it's going to go. So I'm going to, yeah, go ahead.
I have one final comment. I agree with Councilperson Martin. Truly, on the face of it, it's a proposal. It's not crazy. It makes sense. It's logical. The truth is that after Irma, this village mismanaged that response. And just as she's saying, in terms of risk assessment, we are untested in the face of the next emergency, right? COVID was a different emergency, but specifically I'm talking about hurricane response and whether or not we're going to financially survive the next one. And that truly is the heart of almost everything we're discussing as to whether or not we would be in a position to take advantage of what I think could be a fruitful opportunity. So I don't want you guys to think that, we're upset with a proposal. It's that we, as Dr. Lightfoot Ward said, we're just nowhere near a position to be able to take advantage of an opportunity. And I personally am continuing to be upset about some of our missed opportunities here in the village. So,
thank you, Vice Mayor Urban. Any last questions or comments for anybody? We good? This is how it's going to go. I'm going to ask for a motion, like I always do. If I don't get a motion, the motion fails and the agenda item fails. I can ask for a motion. If there's a motion, the lack of a second, like what happened earlier, then it fails. If there's a motion in a second, then we go to roll call, and if it passes, it passes. All right, here we go. Do I have a motion to approve the funding for the skateboard park request?
Can I give that motion?
Hearing none. Agenda item H1, skateboard park request fails. Thank you very much, you guys. Thank you. We're going to agenda item H2. This is the RFP for the IT services. Did you guys get a chance to, well, hopefully you guys get a chance to look over it. I put this through committee twice. This actually went through two committees. I think the first committee, I told you guys I was bringing it back, second committee, so prepare for it. And the last committee was when you guys got the actual documents and were able to take them with you and come back with any questions or changes or adjustments before they go out. Let me just say this, IT services and CFO, they're not hired by the council. They're hired by the village attorney in the end. What did you say? Oh, hired by the village. I was going to talk about the attorney next. That's why the attorney's on my mind. They're hired by the village manager in the end. So we're just here to talk about any adjustments that we want to see to the RFQ paperwork. But we don't have to vote on the paperwork necessarily, unless there's a debate on what should go in or what should stay out. If there's a debate on that, then we can vote on that with an aye or nay vote, but a roll call if it's too serious of a debate. But we'll take them one by one. So right now, this is the for IT services. Are there any?
Mayor, on IT, how long are you going to leave it out for? 30 days?
IT, it's up to the village manager, because the village manager is the one that is in control of IT. The village manager is in control of CFO. The village attorney is hired by us, so we'll decide with the village attorney when we get there, you guys. We'll decide on his details.
You wanted some comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, it's open to the council.
So long as they took care of the scrivening that I brought out last week, that's fine. And I see the manager shaking her head, so
Yes.
I did my review last time.
You did.
And
And
as
thank
long
you.
as-
I did make that correction immediately.
good.
And that was on the CFO one.
That's right.
It had an item related to legal, and I removed that language.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. There anybody on Zoom? Anybody from the audience? Any questions about IT proposal? IT services proposal. All right. Hearing none, you guys. We're gonna move on to H3. H3 is the RFP for the village CFO. The village CFO is also hired by the manager, so we're here to look at that paperwork that I gave you guys, and to see if you guys did any adjustments or anything like that before we allow the village manager to put that out.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
My comments are the same as long as those were addressed and no other errors were shown in there. I have no problem with the solicitation.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot. Anybody else about the CFO? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Manager. The next one is more on us, you guys, is the RFP for the village attorney. The village attorney is hired by the council. So if there's anything that you see on the village attorney RFQ is to be discussed by us right now. And we will take a yay or nay vote on this unless things become debatable highly, and then we'll take a roll call vote on anything that's highly debatable. So I'll give you guys a little bit of time to get your thoughts together on this.
Mr. Manager, I have no problems with that. I found something in my packet, and I don't know where it belongs, but it asks for human resource professional services. Did anybody else have that in their packet?
So that was connected to the village CFO services, because there's an option there. If like I said, the CFO is hired by the manager. So let's say, for example, if the manager puts out the RFP, if time goes by and she doesn't get any responses, or if she doesn't get any responses that she feels are good enough, and if we come to where we're in a dire need of CFO services or accounting services because of budget and things like that, that's another option that's out there. But the manager will, of course, run it past us before she would ever make that decision. But that's just another option. It was to kind of like let you guys know about the option out there, so that you guys know it exists. That's all
So
that was
this
about.
human resource is just fluff, just information that just was given to us. It has no bearing or anything on these actual contracts, right? Okay, thank you. I didn't like that very much, but now you've explained it. I have no further comments, sir.
Thank you very much. So for the village attorney, you guys, since it's kind of controlled by us, what is the suggestion as far as how long would you all like it to stay out? The RFQ.
What's fair? What's fair? What's been fair?
We usually do a couple of weeks, 3 weeks sometimes. We never go more than a month. It's usually like a couple of weeks, 3 weeks. We're really small, so we usually only always get 2, maybe 3 at the most for attorney services usually.
And we'll stick with what we've done in the past.
So stick with what we've done in the past, which is like a few
I
weeks.
believe it was open for 3 weeks.
Like 3 weeks, so yeah.
You want to do that? Or 2 weeks?
So are there firms monitoring to see the release of different types of RFQs? Like, what I'm saying, in my mind, I think the longer would be better, because then you have the better chance of getting the most respondents. Is that, but, I'm not experienced in this, this public setting. My experience is all in private. So my thinking logically is, well, shouldn't we expand it to the full month to have the most number of respondents have a chance to see it and respond to it? But I certainly would defer to people with more experience than myself in this specific area.
I think your analysis is rational to leave it out for, I don't know if it makes a tremendous difference, but I wouldn't be upset with 4 weeks.
I have no problem with that. You guys will leave it for 4 weeks.
And I have one question. This is most likely a scrivener's error, but I think it deserves correcting. It says the member has practiced law in the state of Florida for at least 3 years, but within the parentheses, it's 7. So I'm assuming we mean the intent is 3 years, correct?
The intent is 3 years.
Okay. So yeah, I probably would just change that. So there's no one who's deterred from applying.
Can you tell me where you are?
Okay, I'm in the section, it's actually in two sections. Hold on. Subsection 5 underneath the label, section 4.0, qualification format. There's section 5, paragraph B, and subparagraph C within that. It says, document that the member has practiced law in the state of Florida for at least 3, but within the parentheses, we have the number 7 years. Do you see where I am? And I think it also appears earlier within the document, but I'll let you know where that is in a little bit.
Are you talking about
Experience requirements in
where-
section 2.52 as well.
Yeah.
2.5.2.
Under qualifications.
So the number needs to
Yes.
match.
Yeah, the number
And we'll
needs to
make it for
change.
3 or for 5?
It should be 3.
3. It should be 3. Yeah.
Okay.
There's small things that, I'll go through with you, Madam Manager, because like, for example, in paragraph 2, on the first page, like right under where the contact person is, where it says, please submit 1 original bound qualification, comma 7, but it has 5 in parentheses. So just little things like that. But I have those marked. Those were more, there's clerical things I was going to go over with you tomorrow probably when I come back.
Well, I appreciate that.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Thank you, Councilperson Martin. Really
Always.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else, you guys, as far as that? We're going to go to 4 weeks. Councilperson Martin, 4 weeks. Everybody good? All in favor? Do I have a motion for 4 weeks?
So move.
Motion by Councilperson Lifewood. Do I have a second for 4 weeks?
I'll second.
Second by Vice Mayor Urban. All in favor for 4 weeks, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, hearing none, we're good for 4 weeks. Any other changes, you guys? You guys good?
I do have some questions, though. So this is a position that you are hiring for. There could be questions that come in, as most RFQs do, have, respondents asking questions during that questioning section. Who should be answering those questions?
Okay, that's a very good question. Since the attorney, you guys, like the clerk, is not under the manager, they report directly to us. So it should be probably one of us answering the questions, because to get these questions out to all of us and to get responses back from all of us might take a long time. So if the individuals that are applying have any questions, it's up to you guys who you guys want it to go to, who you guys want the questions to go to. It's up to you guys.
So
I have no preference.
So in the final result of this, in the election of a permanent attorney, there would be an outside counsel who would negotiate that. So let's say Green Spoon Martyr is selected. They're currently the interim. They're selected as the permanent. Just as has been explained repeatedly in previous meetings, there would be a third party, a legal counsel who negotiates that contract on behalf of the city, so that Green Spoon Martyr would not be negotiating their own contract on behalf of themselves. So in this process, I mean, is it a scenario where we would need outside counsel to be the person to be answering these questions, or is it possible for a council person to do that?
Typically, that role is filled by a staff person.
Yeah.
Okay.
A clerk, a manager, an HR director, typically, that is empowered if they really should not be consulting necessarily with the people who are going to be voting.
Right.
But there could be a scenario where I guess that would be necessary if there was some major ambiguity that were determined. But if it's the same form you've used before, I mean, you had 3 proposals and there were no major ambiguities. So
Right.
typically, it would not be somebody that's going to be one of the people voting. It would be whether it's the clerk, the manager, or if you had an HR director, those would typically be the people that
So
would
in
answer the questions.
our specific structure,
Manager or clerk.
Okay.
And so he's referring to the cone of silence.
Okay.
Is what he's referring to. The
Right.
cone of silence that a lot of people have to abide by which is part of, the process that happens a lot. So just to be on the safe side,
Skeptical about that one, but that's.
just to be on the safe side about the cone of silence.
Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
Councilperson Lightfoot
Mr.
Ward.
Mayor, I've been in situations where we just simply referred to the League of Cities. And the League of Cities can either do it by agreement or voluntarily, and they'll have their staff look at, and that's very objective in terms of looking at what we are trying to get here. And just thought about that from a past experience, that someone outside does not have doesn't have what do you call that? Something in there.
Dog in the fight?
You know, have a dog in the fight,
Mhm.
and something very objective, and they come back and they tell you, we had X questions, we answered it such very objective, and leave it be. And then if there are no questions, then they'll tell you there were no questions.
Yeah, I think the difficult part is we don't know what they'll be asking, if they'll be asking anything. And in El Portal, we're so small and we might do things, they might ask something particularly of us that somebody from the outside just might not be able to answer of us.
Well, if I can also add to that, last time we did this, September 2020, there were questions asked. And at that time, it was to go through the clerk, but we had an interim clerk. And so there was some, I then took on the responsibility of working with one of the members of the council to answer the questions, but also to issue the addendum, so that, all of the participants can see. So it's, if there are questions, it also has to be accompanied by an official document that changes the RFQ with the addenda. And then that needs to be acknowledged when the responses come in as well. So, I mean, RFPs are more than just, answering a question on the phone. You have to do official statements so that all participants are given the same information.
The way I see it, you guys, is that it would have to be either the clerk or the manager. I don't know.
But it's a code of silence. Come on.
No, but they're not voting for the attorney. They're not voting for the attorney.
It's too close. It's just too close.
We could look to have somebody from outside. Like I said, they might have particular questions that somebody from the outside just doesn't know about us. And we have to see if we use somebody from the outside, there's a cost to that. We have to look and see what that cost is first.
Well, do we intend to use the same counsel that was used to negotiate the interim attorney's contract?
So the interim attorney's contract was counsel. The counsel that was used was the former attorney of Miami Shores.
Would it be logical to solicit them again for the same purposes?
Or the attorney, he's still the attorney of Miami Shores. Harrelson's still there. Oh, I'm not sure either. That's why I said former, but I'm not sure.
Seems to me that night that they were sworn in, he resigned. Former attorney, the city manager.
The attorney resigned. I know the manager resigned, the chief, but I didn't know if the attorney's still there, correct?
Well,
yeah, okay.
My point is, it's somebody that we have a frame of reference on, they have a frame of reference on us. It seems to me like that might be a logical.
We could use Saracen. Saracen was good. He negotiated the contract. We could use Saracen. I like Saracen. He was good. Seraphin.
Seraphin.
Oh, Seraphin. It's all good.
He's still there?
He's still there, yeah. Yeah, he was good.
He's still an attorney, so either with Miami Shores or not, he's still a municipal lawyer. Maybe he would still take on the responsibility if asked.
I hear you.
Yeah, he's still good. Any other questions or comments about that, you guys? We have the point person for any questions. We're going to 4 weeks. Anything else? You good?
We need a date when we're through.
Excuse me?
You know when the solicitation information should be called in. What
Yeah.
date,
So
what date is that?
So we're doing 4 weeks. We're doing a month. So the question might be.
What day would the last? What's the deadline date?
Yeah. The question might be, when does it go out first, and then we just have to fix the clerical errors.
Find out if Seraphin is available.
Find out when Seraphin is available.
Can we punt to the city manager?
Did you say who was going to answer the question?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Assuming they would agree.
I would say that we shoot for, we should have everything done by the end of the week. So I would say that the beginning of the month, everything goes out beginning of the month, Monday, August 2nd, and it stays out for August,
Sounds good.
right? Start at the beginning of the month. All right. I'll do an all in favor aye for this, you guys, because we do, we are the ones that are in charge of the attorney.
Why don't you do this? August what to August what?
So we'll do
August 2nd.
second. 1 second. We'll do August 2nd, and you guys want to do 4 weeks exactly? We could end it August 27th, Friday, August 27th, beginning August 2nd, Monday, ending Friday, August 27th.
We're good.
Okay, so we have
You
the
got a
starting.
date? You got a time on that?
We'll end it. We'll cut it off at 5:00 p.m. Friday, August 27th.
Is that good?
I would ask that you end it when the office closes. I mean,
Okay.
we'll close at 4:30.
4:30, yeah. So we'll call it 4:00 p.m. 4:00 p.m. August 27th, 2021. Okay. Do I have a motion with the start and stop time, the 4 weeks, and the point person being Attorney Seraphin? Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Motion by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, second by Vice Mayor Erbaum. This is all in favor, you guys. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Moving right along. Next, you guys, now we're getting into the budget stuff, Councilperson Martin. All right, so here we go. Budget information. The first thing here is the workshop. I was looking to do the workshop because the first budget hearing, as we said earlier, is going to be the 9th of September 9th. So I was thinking to do the budget workshop that Saturday, September 4th, 10 a.m. Do it through Zoom, not here in Village Hall, do it through Zoom. So any residents that are just in their house, they can easily just click right on. All of us can just click right on. And we can hear their opinions, we can hear their views on things as we go through the budget and have the budget workshop line by line. Okay, Saturday 10 a.m. Hopefully it won't take longer than 11:30 or 12. Hopefully 12 is my cutoff.
And we'll get some documentation with
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Wallace.
yes, Mr. Wallace. Yes, we need the most updated documentation that is correct. The corrected, most updated documentation. We will be getting that. So the corrected, most updated documentation, we need to get that, Mr. Wallace, by August 23rd. Well, you're usually here on Tuesdays, so I usually see you Tuesdays. By Tuesday, August 24th. We need that by Tuesday, August 24th. That will give the council 2 weeks to be able to go through it so that when we come to the budget workshop, we have our ideas in mind. We've already gone through the budget personally ourselves. And that way at the budget workshop, it doesn't take forever. So we'll have 2 weeks to go through it. All right.
The workshop is what day?
The workshop will be September 4th. Saturday, September 4th, 10:00 a.m. We'll do a Zoom.
And the workshop comprises what?
Workshop comprises of what?
Yeah, what is it?
The workshop is where we go line by line through the budget and work the budget. You say whatever is on your mind.
And you got a duration on that at 1 hour? Be real.
So it starts at 10 a.m. Like I said, hopefully we'll be done by like 11:30. 12 o'clock, I say, is my cutoff time. That's the reason why getting the budget 2 weeks ahead of time, everybody will be able to come in with all their marks in the budget, all their comments, all their questions, so that we can go through the budget workshop efficiently. Okay. So Saturday, September 4th. We went through the first and second budget hearings, you guys. That was those are going to be on the 9th. The first one's on the 9th. The second one is on the 23rd. Mr. Wallace, did you make a mark of that that budget for the budget workshop is due to us August 24th, Tuesday, August 24th. Last and final. We need it on that day. Appreciate it, Mr. Wallace. Thank you very much. The first budget workshop, the first budget hearing is the 9th, September 9th, which is a Thursday, 6:00 p.m. Put that in your calendars. That will be here in Village Hall. Thursday, 6:00 p.m., September 9th. Second budget hearing, Thursday, do I have on that day? Oh. Thursday, September 23rd. Thursday, September 23rd, 6 o'clock p.m. Second budget workshop. The second budget hearing. Jesus Christ. Second budget hearing. Okay. Mr. Wallace, would you please come up to the microphone, please, for me? Thank you.
And the public is invited.
Public is always invited to the Zoom and everything. All the hearings, the Zoom, the workshop, everything. Absolutely.
Very good.
I always aim to be the most transparent. Chief, I have you. Don't go anywhere, Chief. I have you in my mayor's report. You're going to come talk during my mayor's report. Mr. Wallace, the next item, is there anything that you want to add? Really quickly for all the residents, explain the ad valorem versus non-ad valorem.
The ad valorem is the property tax. It's levied on the taxable value of your home. And the non-ad valorem is the solid waste assessment that was discussed earlier in the meeting. Both of these are on the tax bill, but one is for solid waste. That's how it's collected, and the other is just general taxes based upon the value. The solid waste is based upon the benefit your property receives in the form of solid waste.
Thank you very much, you guys. Any questions about the non-ad? Mr. Wallace, don't go anywhere yet, please. Any other questions about the ad valorem versus non-ad valorem? No. All right. Attorney Geller, Mr. Wallace, special assessment. Don't we? That was did we September 14th or something like that? Madam Clerk, special assessment September 14th.
Yes, we've set it for 6:15 on the evening of the 14th.
You guys put this in your calendars. Forgot about this when I just saw it in my notes. Special assessment, Mr. Wallace, while we're doing this, explain what the special assessment is for everybody out here, please.
Okay, so the special assessment is for solid waste, and what's on the property tax bill is called a non-ad valorem special assessment. And that's the way you bill and collect the special assessment. But the special assessment hearing where you actually levy the solid waste assessment will be on the 14th. Unfortunately, there's only 3 days that you can have that hearing, the 13th, 14th, and 15th. And
You say it would be on the September the 14th?
yes,
The 14th is the
Committee
night
meetings.
when you're scheduled for committee meetings starting at 6:30. So this was called for 6:15
It's really quick.
prior to the scheduled committee hearings.
So September 14th, you guys, Tuesday, September 14th, 6:15 p.m., 15 minutes before our committee meetings start. Okay. It's a special assessment. And before you sit down, Mr. Wallace, just explain to the everybody about TRIM really quickly, an overview.
okay, TRIM is short for truth and millage, which is debatable. It's more confusing to most people. It's the law in Florida that defines how the property tax process works as far as the levies and the budget hearings. So your first meeting will be on the 9th. That's the one everyone gets their personal invitation to as a form of a notice that goes out in late August. So it'll name the date, place, and time of the first public hearing, which is the 9th. And everyone will get a notice of what their property taxes will be from the Village of El Portal. Also on that notice are all the other taxing authorities. You are prevented from having your budget hearings, not your special assessment hearing, but your budget hearings on the same nights that the county commission and school board have their public hearings. So that kind of reduces when you're able to do it. After the first meeting, you'll set a tentatively adopted millage rate. And from that, we will put in some newspaper ads. There'll be a budget summary. There'll be a notice of public hearing or a tax increase ad, depending on how it's adopted on the first meeting. You have to have your second meeting within 15 days of the first meeting. You meet that by having it on the 23rd. At that meeting, you will adopt your final millage rate and your final budget. And then the budget goes into effect on October 1. The special assessment hearing is not part of the TRIM calendar, but we have to convey the special assessment rates to the property appraiser and tax collector by the September 15th of each year. So unfortunately, we try to hold the special assessment meeting at the same time you have a budget meeting. Some years, and this is one of them, that just doesn't work out.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. Hold on, Mr. Wallace, hold on. Anybody from the council have any questions or comments for about anything here, workshop, first and second budget hearing, ad valorem, non-ad valorem trim? No? Anybody from, yes. Anybody from the audience have any questions about this workshop 4th, first budget hearing 9th, second budget hearing, what's that, 23rd, ad valorem, non-ad valorem, or trim? Special assessment, September 14th. No, we're good. Good on Zoom. I see the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. You can sit down now. Thank you. All right, you guys, moving on to H6. So contacted the head of the neighborhood watch, Councilperson Martin, contacted the head of neighborhood watch. She said that ever since I first contacted her a while ago, they have that one table left that they've been holding for us. Like I said, this is nothing that has to be voted on or anything like that. It's already been a budgeted item for years and years. But we do have to, unfortunately, get the entire table. But I have nothing but confidence that it will be filled up. Like I said, the vice mayor was on a crime watch, a neighborhood watch meeting recently with myself. The chief was on there talking about hurricane preparedness and block captains with getting messages out and things like that. And so I think that we'll be able to, even if I have to load up my my SUV and drive people down there to the luncheon. But first and foremost, if you guys are able to make it, it'd be wonderful. If you guys can make it, I'll have you guys. I'll email you guys the date, time, and everything like that. But yeah, it's good to go. And like I said, it's a budgeted item, so there's nothing to be voted on. But if you guys have any questions, I don't know.
What date is it?
1 second. While the manager's doing her report, I'll find the date really quickly.
All right.
I just it'll take me a second to find it.
And then, so I'll just say that that our block should be reasonably well represented. I would imagine that we'll have at least 3 people going from the block, and then we could also use it as a recruiting tool, invitation to other blocks who either already have their block captain and a crime watch established, or blocks who are interested. Give them a chance to go as well and have a great experience. So I feel like we certainly among the village can fill a table.
Absolutely.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we already have block captains. My husband and I are block captains, and the people on
There
the
you go.
end
We're already
of
up to
us
like 5.
are block captains. That little area of where we live at. We're trying to get somebody on each street.
Yep.
Yep.
That's what we're trying.
Yeah.
From the front, like we're on the front of the street, and then the county side is on the back of the street, same street, but we want to have it so that the end of the block is not managed. The
Right.
front of the block is not managed. When something happens, then we got that line of communication. We've had that for years. But people get old and they just move out.
Yeah, and then there's a strategy of during hurricane season incorporating kind of hurricane watch into it to try and bolster the ranks of the crime watch
And not only
throughout
that,
the
was
village.
make great cleanup during hurricane
Yep.
season.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, guys. No, we have a very active neighborhood watch, and we're going to make it even more active. So we've been doing a lot of meetings, right, Chief? Right, Vice Mayor Urban, Madam Manager. We're really getting things back on track when it comes to that. Back on track. Look at that. The 46th annual award ceremony and luncheon, back on track. That's what it's called. It says back on track. Look at that. Perfect timing. Back on track. Save the date, Friday, August 27th. Friday, August 27th, 2021. Hotel Colonnade, Coral Gables. 11 a.m. reception. It's really small, so I'm trying to read it. 11 a.m. reception, 12 o'clock p.m. award ceremony, and luncheon to follow. All right. Chairman, the chairman, look, Jose Pepe Diaz is going to be there. Good guy. And so that's when it is, Friday, August 27th, you guys. I would say, or I ask that, since we do have a table, if you cannot make it, anybody from the council, if you cannot make it, let us know by 27th.
Back it up to Tuesday.
Let us know by like the beginning of that week. If you could let us know by like the 23rd or 24th, we'd appreciate that so that we could fill up. You know, we don't want an empty table. So if you feel like you're not going to be able to make it, just let us know, and I'll get like a block captain. I do want the chief to be there. I do want Officer Poveda to be there if she can, because you know they're in charge of El Portal here. We have Tiffany Thorne. I don't know if she'll be available or not, but we'll check with her.
You said Colonnade?
Yes, in Coral Gables, Hotel Colonnade in Coral Gables. 11 o'clock a.m. reception, 12 o'clock p.m. award ceremony starts with the luncheon. Okay. All right, you guys. All right. That's pretty much it for that. We're gonna move on to or are there any questions from anybody on Zoom? How are we looking? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Anybody here about the Neighborhood Crime Watch? We're good. Okay.
National Night Out.
All right. Moving on to the reports, you guys. Madam Manager, moving on to the reports. The floor is yours. You sent a wonderful report. I read.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be brief. You know, I give you guys these multiple pages, and I'm going to just skim for today for the purpose of tonight. But I just wanted to let everyone know that the Hurricane Irma financial recovery section, we have an extension on our line of credit loan that was to be due at the end of this month. We've extended it another 120 days. Synovus Bank says they're very happy to do that. We've established good, good reputation with Synovus for being timely and always very responsive. So that relationship continues to do well, and it serves us well in this respect. We are also expecting another $100,000 to $150,000 from the deobligated funds soon. So we're keeping an eye out for that, and that will affect the bottom line of the extension. So that is another reason why we really wanted to kind of wait till we can renegotiate a different loan instrument with a lower rate, obviously, and a lower balance. So that will be coming, in 4 months, and I will keep you all posted as that comes due, and as those funds are given to us. I'm moving forward as always with trying to find opportunities for funding, trying to get reimbursements through the state, the federal, and the county grants portals, and applying for funds that can assist us with our endeavors. In fact, I think I've already discussed this with you all, that I did apply for a flood mitigation grant from FDEP in the amount of $550,000. We'll see what comes of it, but it's always good to just cast a wide net and see what trickles down. And we did that. We were able to get the roundabout from just asking. You just never know. Everything is not the water projects, But I'll continue to ask for funding to assist us as we go along. And after meeting with our lobbyists, we've decided to move in that same direction of requesting some infrastructure assistance. So I'm working with Craig A. Smith and CAP Government to prepare our 2022 legislative requests. The main legislative request we're going to really go after is doing some infrastructure changes here in the Village Hall. So we will see what comes of it, but I would like for an expansion and hardening of the building so that we are able to have a safe, hardened location for the residents, but also just a more workable space for the employees as well. So that is one item. And also we'll be asking for some parks funding. I know we do have parks money, but why not supplement if we can, because so many of these grants are matching grants, so it would just help us to utilize those funds the best way we can, and why not? So we do have, some archaeological concerns that hopefully the state can help us with the Tequesta Burial Mound, as well as Sherwood Forest Park. So those are some items that I'll be pursuing, and I will be keeping you informed as we move forward with that. Let's see. The Village Hall remains open to the public, but we are asking that visitors wear masks and observe the social distancing and hand sanitizing when visiting the office. All the staff is wearing masks again at the office. I mean, we've really never stopped. But with the numbers being what they are, and through our work with the emergency management team, we see that we still have a lot of concern. So we will keep you informed. And speaking of emergency management team, we had a very productive meeting with the Citizens Crime Watch block captains in discussing ways to work together in case of an emergency. Citizens Crime Watch block captains are a fantastic resource for our police department in disseminating information and then also garnering information to utilize in case of emergency. So we had some great discussion and identified some areas of weakness, but we will be working on those things moving forward. An update about the sanctuary property. I heard from the representative from the property today, and she says that the repairs to the roof have been delayed due to rain, and the roofer is behind schedule, but they do anticipate the work to start next week. They're only doing repairs to active leaks. They're awaiting demolition permitting to complete the interior demolition and to do asbestos abatement. So they hope to get the building all dried and cleared while the architect continues to work on the adaptive reuse design. They do not have any plans at this time to present to us, but Ms. Story hopes to stay on the timeline for a presentation of the design to the village in September, October 2021. So I'll keep you informed, and hopefully we'll have some kind of public meeting early fall to discuss what is happening right here in our hopefully soon to be downtown El Portal. There's a myriad of other things happening with the departments that we are staying on top of. We've added another part-time building clerk just to help with the workload that is really inundating that department. She is catching up. She used to work with us. She moved on after having a baby, but now she's back. Her name is Daisy Heisert, and so she's more of a senior level to our existing building clerk, so that's very helpful to us now. I'm also seeking proposals for document management companies to come in and scan these documents so that we can free up some space, but also this will help our residents in accessing their own documents, and also it will assist us in complying with new state regulation requiring that permits be issued within 30 days. And the penalty for not doing that is a reduction in the price of those fees. Well, we can't afford that, so we want to be timely and not have our residents waiting. So we want to, the best thing is to really let technology work for us and move into the next generation. So that is our hope. I'm getting quotes now. I hope to utilize some funds that I can get from some of the funding through the American Recovery funds that are out, or the CARES Act funding. There are some options, and as well as the fee increase. Again, knowing that building fees can only, like the proceeds from that, can only be used for the building department, we will have a pot to use for these improvements for the department. So I will keep you all informed as that moves forward as well. I mean, we continue to seek funding opportunities. I'm working with Mr. Ruano, Mr. Rubio, and and others, just seeking opportunities for the village and building and continuing to build relationships that we have neglected in the past and we need now. And so today we had an opportunity to meet with FDOT and talk about some resiliency measures that we can adopt here and some initiatives we can pursue based on some of her recommendations. A lady named Tiffany Guernsey, who is the bike and ADA coordinator for this region. So we look forward to bringing some new things to the village and just, making this the village that we all envision. And that concludes my report. If anyone has any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, and I'll be putting my report on the village website.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just going to speed things along. The PBA thing, Attorney Geller, I'm not going to go over. I'm going to let you touch on that when we get to attorney reports. Attorney Geller, I'll let you touch on PBA when we get there. We're not there yet. We're almost there. When we get there, I'll let you touch on that. I do want to say really quickly, I'm going to ask for a motion to continue the meeting because per our charter, once we hit 11 o'clock, I need a motion, a second, and all in favor say aye. Do I have a motion to continue the meeting?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Mayor Urban. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, hearing none. All right, so I do want to say that if you guys remember when we had that Surfside tragedy, I did put out a letter to the residents and it was posted on the website. Shout out to Mayor Levine Cava. She included me on her daily emergency management team for that to be updated on a daily basis. So we met 3 times per day through Zoom, via Zoom, and it was interesting, moving, and very sad on a daily basis. I remember at the 3rd of July event, I was talking to Vice Urban about it, and just kind of like how sad those meetings were that we would be on all the time. Shout out to Mayor Levine Cava and her 3 assistants, Tomas, Thomas, Kirsten, and Melanie Burke, who works with us personally. For the rest of my time, you guys, I'm going to, and I just want to say also thank you, Vice Mayor Urban and the entire council for throwing that 3rd of July event, because that happened earlier also, and put that in my report. Chief Magnuson, I'm going to yield the rest of my time to you. If you would come to the microphone really quickly. Just touch on like the Miami-Dade Chief of Police dinner with Angel Lopez. You were looking good on Channel 10 also. You can touch on that, Chief. And you did a podcast, Chief.
Yes.
If you guys don't know, our chief is nationally renowned, and we love everything that he does. But in all seriousness, he's part of different organizations, and he is the head of the chiefs for COVID information, and that's nationally. If I'm not,
It's Miami-Dade County.
It's Miami-Dade County.
Yeah, it's the Association of Miami-Dade Chiefs of Police.
Okay, so we touched on all 3 of those, Chief, starting with the dinner with you and Angel Lopez.
Last week, the Miami-Dade Chiefs of Police Association, they had their officer, they had their dinner. They finally got back to having a dinner again after it was put on hold because of COVID for some time. It was at the Biltmore, and they honored the last 3 months Officer of the Month awards throughout Miami-Dade County. In April, Officer Lopez won the Officer of the Month for Dade County when he jumped into the canal and pulled a woman that was in the vehicle after an accident. He pulled her out of the car before the vehicle totally submerged. Then we had a couple other officers. The next officer happened to be from North Bay Village. That was the sergeant that found the car that was used in the hit and run on the girl on the causeway. He was just driving around the city and saw a car fit the description, and so he did that. And then the last month was 2 officers that saved the life. They did CPR, I believe, on a child, saved the life there. So all 3, heroes. They did a great job, and it was a good time. Officer and his wife had a wonderful time. Shifting over into the COVID, I've been back and forth with what I do for the as COVID committee chairperson, researching and getting all the information. I've also have reached out to Mayor Levine Cava, and we've been back and forth with her staff. She put out something last week, a sort of a resolution with signatures and people that wanted to jump on board, myself being one of them, as far as getting a little bit more aggressive with the response to COVID. She's going to have a press conference tomorrow, I believe, at 1 o'clock, where she's going to discuss a few things moving forward with COVID. I know there's a show, a podcast. It's called Miami Cop Talk, and I was on that podcast yesterday. I had also did the interview on Channel 10, pushing, especially for police, but I would say for all citizens, the vaccine. I've been hammering away at the vaccine for a very, very long time. I think that's the saving grace, and I think going back to mask indoors is going to be the saving grace. The positivity rate at the end of May was 2.8 or something along those lines. Now it's 10.1. It's not stopping anytime soon. To the naysayers out there that don't believe it or they are anti-vaxxers, they need to get real. Get with the program and stop with the nonsense. Get the vaccine, safeguard yourself, safeguard your family. It's the only way this is going to stop. Florida and Arkansas are the #1 states in the country for this new variant. And, you know, I got to say it, tell it like it is. And I've caught a lot of our R-rated comments back, you know, and then you got the people that say it's all a hoax and stuff. Listen, there's still people that think the earth is flat. So you know what? You just can't argue with some people. But that being said, I hope we can nip this in the bud as a nation, certainly for the economy of this country. And then I take it a step forward, and I really want to see the officers, law enforcement, get vaccinated. Their vaccination rates are not good. The majority are not getting them. Yeah, the higher staff are, but the higher staff are also older, so that may be why. So I've been hammering away at that too. There's an article I just put in Caliber Press that hit all the nation with the law enforcement as I continue to push this drive. Hopefully it's not falling on deaf ears, but the word's got to get out and people got to, you know, just buy into it. So I've been busy with that, and that's basically it. But thank you for allowing me.
We appreciate you, Chief. I was pulling up the joint statement right here. It's on our website, by the way. It's been on our website for a while. We had to put there. Also tomorrow I'm going to put the Channel 10. I'm going to put that on the website tomorrow, Chief. So your face will be on the website front and center there. But I'm looking at this, and you know what's so good is that not only, you know, are you fighting the right cause for the right causes, Chief, but I'm looking at everybody that Mayor Levine Cava got to sign this. It's only like 10 of you guys. And out of everybody, there's only 3 of you who are police officers. Everybody else is the mayor and the mayor or commissioner and the CEO of Jackson Health System. But
Chief Landers, the president of the Miami-Dade Association of Chiefs of Police. So
yeah,
he could have covered, you know, a lot of that.
Yeah, it's three of you guys. It's you know, you yourself, David Magnuson. It's you know, Landa, Chief Landa, and it's Alfredo Freddie Ramirez. Yep. But that's big, Chief. Yeah. That only like 10 of you guys sign it, and you're one of the 3, you know, chiefs that are on there representing El Portal. It just goes to show you that someplace small like El Portal with like, you know, reaching out to people and networking and political connections, that we're all over the place, you know, just like we said before, you know, as the manager and myself, when we did the press conference with Mayor Levine Cava, you know, where she called me 10 p.m., right, Madam Clerk, the night before to come out there with her. I was the only, when they did the pride flag raising, it was Mayor Levine Cava, Pepe Diaz, Oliver Gilbert, and myself. She called me that night, 9:00 p.m. to come out there for that. And it's the first time, you know, the pride flag had ever been raised in Miami-Dade County on the Flagstaff. And so building these connections, Chief, and building these relationships is really big for some place. We're one of the smallest municipalities where years ago, people didn't even know we really existed. We were just someplace in between Miami Shores. People thought we were part of Miami Shores. But we're just doing everything we're trying to do for our community, build it up, you know, business-wise, infrastructure, you know, policing, safety. We're getting the neighborhood watch back stronger than ever, Vice Mayor Urban. So just step by step, Chief, and you're a big part of that, and we're really proud to have you represent the village. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Chief.
Before you leave, Chief, what you doing on August 3rd? Talk about that.
August the 3rd. Well, we still haven't come up with anything yet. I know where we're going with this with the National Night Out. I do want to say there hasn't been any planning thus far with the police. I know Biscayne Park is having a big shindig August 3rd, starting, I believe, at 5. And as a segue, they're also doing a vaccine booth, which is a great idea out there. So they'll be doing that.
But you know,
with National Night Out, you're not necessarily tied into August. You could do it in October as well.
That's how we use it.
I know a lot of people doing it. I was of the mindset of one or two things. We could do a caravan, or we can wait till October and do something a little bit more grand and work on something better. And we'd probably be one of the few municipalities, agencies doing it at that time, where we won't get lost in the sauce. Because right now we'd be competing anyway with Biscayne Park, who seems to have they got something going on rolling. I may even drop by and say hey there. So that's my thoughts as far as that. I think October would be the way to go. And hopefully by then everything's settled back down health wise as well. So
my question on that is, with National Night Out in the past, it's been like backpack giveaway, back to school. What option what format would we do? Would we still do school supplies, or because it being in October and the school already in session, what should we do to
I think we should do National Night Out with National Night Out in October, and we should build it up and do that in a nice way. Backpack giveaway, that's a different discussion that we can have. We should have had the discussion though,
right?
Because we're off August, we don't have any meetings, and school begins August.
But am I confused then? Are these two completely separate issues? In the past, I was thinking that National Night Out was in conjunction.
So it was separate at first for a while, and then the former mayor for a couple of years brought them together.
Because that was actually my impression that that's what that was. Okay.
Yeah, no. It was separate for a long time, and then she brought them together for a few years, and that was that. So
all right, so then I'm 100% on board with October, and absolutely okay.
And we should do like the chief said, we have enough time to plan it to make it nice and grand. I think that would be nice, and we'll be one of the only municipalities in October that will be doing it. So we can have officers from other municipalities. We can ask them to come join us with the fire truck and things like that. So we can have a really nice National Night Out for El Portal. I think that would be wonderful. Thank you, Chief, for that. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, any more questions for the Chief? Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? You guys good? All right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much. Attorney Geller, it's on you now. You want to talk about the PBA situation?
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, regrettably, as I think you've heard, the PBA bargaining unit voted down the proposed contract that we sent them. They voted it down by a vote of 5-2. Additionally, they have filed paperwork with the State of Florida Public Employees Relations Commission to change bargaining units from the PBA, which has had that contract since 1975, their longest contract in Dade County, I believe, to the Fraternal Order of Police. That's been filed with the state. The PBA has disclaimed interest and said they're not going to contest it. And they're now asking us if we agree with the composition of the bargaining unit, and we're going to respond to that. This will mean basically we are back to square one in terms of negotiation. There was a mistake that was filed by FOP. They were under the impression, apparently, that the current contract expires September 30th of 2021. The PBA filed documents saying that that's not correct. The contract did expire September 30th of 2020. So there is not a contract. So we're sort of at square one negotiating, but they still have to be formally designated, even though PBA will not contest it. They still have to have an election because there are still two options. They can vote for FOP or they can vote no union. So that will take place at some point down the road. Then they will be certified. We will not presumably be able to do anything about the increase that was ordered by the special master in the previous PERC ruling, again, because for some reason, I guess it was not presented to you, but for some reason, my predecessor decided not to contest or object to that, and that has the force of law. Part of our attempt in negotiations was to flatten the curve, to give some money immediately in year one, to reduce the amount due in year two, and then to shift more to the small increase ordered for year three. At this point, we've given nothing and will be not giving anything for year one. The year two increase, as ordered by the master and ratified by the village's failure to object, is a matter of law. It will have to be complied with. It's kind of steep, but the amount for year three will be considerably reduced beyond what we were offering in the contract. The grievance that had previously been filed regarding the police cars has been withdrawn by the PBA based on our recent decision to purchase, I believe it's 6 new cars. So we'll wait for the FOP to get themselves fully certified. And at that point, we will continue to negotiate in good faith with, we'll see what it is that they're asking. But I do need to point out that we went very far to reach a deal that the PBA itself recommended to their membership in this bargaining unit, and went kind of over the top in trying to achieve some kind of labor harmony. I'm not sure what, if anything, we could do beyond what we were already offering, but we'll see what happens with bargaining. And that concludes my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions on that or any other topic.
Any questions or?
I have one question. Is there anything that we could do or you might recommend for at least that we could at least signal to our officers that that we intend to negotiate something that will benefit them? I mean, is there something in terms of
something that
will signal to our officers that we intend to negotiate something that will be agreeable? Is there anything we can do, small or large, that would at least assist with specifically, morale and an understanding that we intend to that we intend to negotiate, a deal that will be beneficial? Is there anything at all that we can do to help with that in the meantime?
It's very disappointing that when we bent over backwards and got the union to agree, that the bargaining unit did not agree to it, in particular because we were spending considerably more than we were required by the ruling to spend. So at this point, there really isn't somebody that we're authorized to even speak with as a union, because nobody is certified and the incumbent has disclaimed. I'll make the statement now for the record. We negotiate in good faith. We always negotiate in good faith. It's the desire of this village, and I, in this, presume to speak for the council, that labor harmony be achieved where possible. But it does appear that the rejection of the agreed upon tentative contract indicates that there is a desire for things which the village does not have the money to do.
Okay.
We already took money that was from Cavista and used it to get police cars.
Right.
And we also offered non-monetary contractual concessions. We offered monetary but not salary concessions, like holidays and additional money for off-duty and uniform money. Plus, we offered salary increases beyond those which were ordered.
Okay, so then the timeline for, presuming that it's agreed between the two parties that, FOP represent the bargaining unit. What's the timeline for that to take place, negotiations to begin in earnest? I understand an end time, a finality to those negotiations can't necessarily be declared, but when are we thinking that those negotiations would resume again?
Well, as I said, they have to have an election because by law, even though the incumbent has disclaimed interest, they have to have an election.
They meaning the bargaining unit.
Whether there's a bargaining unit or none.
Right. Okay.
And I don't know the exact date that will be scheduled. My presumption is it is more likely to occur in September than in August.
Okay.
And after that, I'm sure we'll be hearing from them, but I consider it possible, but not probable that negotiations will commence in September.
Okay.
I think it's more likely that it'll be October in the new fiscal year.
Okay.
Before we hear from them, but certainly I wouldn't assume it would be any longer than that. And at that point, we'll sit down with them. I mean, the thing there is not a contract.
Right.
So we'll be starting basically from scratch, whereas in the past, where PBA has been there for 45 years, we would look at the existing contract and just start by talking about who wanted to make amendments to what.
Okay.
And so now we don't have a contract, so we're sort of starting from scratch.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Irvine. Anybody else for Attorney Geller? Good. All right, you guys, hearing none. Thank you, Attorney Geller, and thank you for everything you did with that negotiation. You did a wonderful job. Just want to say that. Thank you very much. You did a great job. Good and welfare. Is there anybody from the audience? How are we looking on Zoom? Is there anybody from the audience that has anything that they want to say about anything at all? Come up to the microphone, say your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
And then just a reminder, I do have one piece of new business, but it actually might pertain to what he has to say.
You don't have a new business there. That's weird.
Hi. I got pictures, so.
Yeah.
I think safety in the villages should be a priority for the council. I want to bring to the attention the sad shape of the roads in Sherwood Forest area, specifically 86th Street. And the roads have not been paved or resurfaced in years. There's been 2 patches, and maybe about half the size of the dais there, but that's all. And it's really looking bad. The picture I'm passing around is been like that for, I would say, 10, 15 years. And it's a safety hazard. And nothing's been done to repair this. And it's a danger and a safety hazard. And this really needs to be fixed. The roads, there are other places in El Portal, I know the roads are bad, but in Sherwood Forest on 87th and 86, not 87,
85th.
85th and 86, there are potholes and cars go through there really fast and they hit a pothole, car swerve. I just think it's about time that the village does something about it, or if you've got it on the agenda, I'd like to know.
Yes. So we did phase 1, and so I've been talking to the manager about phase 2, and so we're looking to start to implement phase 2 coming into the new budget year. So we wanted to do the budget first, to even though that money comes from a lot of it comes from what gas tax, we use that for the gas tax fund. But we want to get through the budget first so that we see exactly how much money we have for what, and then we know when we can implement phase 2 according to the budget.
Right.
But it's already been, so we did phase 1. And that was going to be part of phase 2. I've been talking to the village manager. We've been talking about phase 2 for a little while, preparing for phase 2. And so yeah, so that would be part of phase
All
2.
right, but just be aware that emergency vehicles are very wide these days, and it's only a one-lane road.
Yeah.
And they hit those potholes, and they're either going to go off the road or they're going to cause an accident.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And like I said, yeah, we've been talking about phase 2. That would be part of phase 2. But we have to get through budget first. And I've been talking to the village manager about that. So it's on our radar.
Okay, I'm passing around other pictures. My second issue here is the lack of village to you've allowed the village residents to commandeer and take over the easements on the road in various bushes and shrubs. They call them privacy shrubs. They have planted right up to the roadway, and yet even though code enforcement says it falls within well manicured and allows this, it's a danger to drivers and pedestrians alike. We talked earlier, you want to make El Portal a safe walking environment, but nothing's been done. Like I say, it's been years, and people plant things, and they plant them right up to the road, and we do have easements, and this is not only in Sherwood Forest where there is no swale, but there is on the swale ends. These pictures were taken at 5:30 tonight. I just walked around the neighborhood and took pictures. And the lines in there show you that they should be trimmed back, or told the residents that they've got to unplant and move their bushes, which will, I know, not make people happy, but you can't see around the corners. And for some drivers, residents, the privacy bushes grow unabated. And even when it's so-called well-mannered, they're a safety hazard due to the lack of, visibility.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always afraid to pull out of my personal road because I might get creamed by another vehicle, because both of my neighbors have gone right up to the road. And I cut back when I can on my side, but it's not my business to cut their bushes because they put them in. I didn't. They paid good money for these bushes, but it's been all over the village. I've seen it, when you get new houses, there are all this new landscaping that's supposed to be very trendy and lovely, but it impedes the visibility of drivers and walkers. And then I've got pictures of the sidewalks. Just walking through the neighborhoods, you can see more of the hedges. They cut back, and they're impeding the walkers. And we do have people in our village who uses the sidewalks, who are mobility challenged, who are on walkers, who are on wheelchairs. And as you can see for some of these pictures, people let their beautiful bushes grow into the sidewalk area. In one picture, they've trimmed the bushes this way, and somebody's parked their car this way. And like the girl on Zoom said, it's a hazard. The sidewalks are a hazard, but the privacy bush issue is a big issue. And people with mobility challenge don't have free and fair access to sidewalks in the village. And that needs to be corrected before some child or pedestrian gets run over. And if your intent is to make El Portal a walkability, we need to take care of this. I don't know how you're going to talk to owners to tell them to dig up their plants and move them back, but either that or because they've got to trim them, because we're going to have an accident, and it can't wait any longer. It's been just going on for too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we keep these images?
You can keep them.
All right.
I have more if you want.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not on the code enforcement committee, but with the permission of chairperson.
Dr. Ward, I don't even have to do that, Mayor. I see the manager there. I want to know.
So
She'll tell us what she's been doing in terms of code enforcement, enforcing what this young lady has said. It's a code enforcement matter that needs to be enforced. And I have no doubt that you've already looked into that But let's see, because I think that's a good thing. I wonder why I kept trying to miss some bushes back in Sherwood Forest a few weeks ago, because they were in the way. That's why.
Yes, but
Okay.
they've been in the way for years.
Well, it doesn't matter. I've been here for years too, but I've
Mhm.
never seen them this close out. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Anybody else? How we look on the Zoom? Yes. Come on up. Say your name, address for the record for us.
Good evening. Jay Rivero, 225 Northeast 86th Street. Related to code enforcement. Dr. Ward, thank you for joining the council. And I do appreciate that you are now the chairperson of code enforcement. And hopefully, after so many attempts, I hope that you can do something about code enforcement. I've been speaking to a dead wall for the last who knows how many years. However, I do want to bring to your attention that I have recently started writing emails to the mayor, to the chief. I know the manager, I didn't copy her, but I know she's been copied on them. And that makes it public record for Sunshine's open law. Most recent email, it was towards the chief. I get this nasty reply from the code enforcement person highlighting bold and red font, red shading on the email. When you highlight in red, you're screaming at me because I did not identify myself. If I wanted to officially file a code enforcement complaint, I would either walk into this office or I would write the email to the manager, since she is the hiring person of this individual. I would write to her and say, this is who I am, this is the address I want to complain about. But since nobody has done anything around here, I'm going to the manager and I'm going to the chief of police. The issue on Saturday, Sunday, like Ms. Peterson, you cannot even walk on the sidewalk because cars are parked intentionally on the sidewalk. You have to go onto 87th Street. Is it or is it not a, how did you put it, Chief? Presents an inherent danger to those walking. It is what his response was. I appreciate his quick response and quick action. I do not appreciate on a Sunday where she got copy from his email to write to me like this. I do not appreciate when I did write my first email on July 16th at 12:56 p.m. I did not appreciate having Miss Michelle be in my driveway at 2:30 p.m. How do I know that? I work from home. How do I know that? I had just parked my car returning from lunch, and I'm parking face out. I see her. I'm sure she saw me. She didn't bother to get off. I would have answered her concerns. But do not try to harass me. Do not try to intimidate me, because code enforcement is an issue. Health, safety, and value of my property, it's what code enforcement stands for me. So I would love for you to work with me, and I'll be more than happy to help you. I have not seen, I don't know you, Ms. Martin or Councilperson Martin, but I would love to see each and every one of you walk around this village and get to know us, the residents. We're the tax-paying citizens here. We're the ones that are providing the revenue for the village to hire individuals that need to be professional in representing the village. So all of my issues here has been related to code enforcement. Recently, like I said, I've had multiple concerns. I don't see where the value is if the individual is not out on the road or not doing what needs to be done. I have created I work for a large company and we do a lot of tracking and trending. I have created a sample of a code enforcement public records request, which manager, I will give you this request. I'm following the protocol. And I'm going to demand on a monthly basis to get a summary of what our code enforcement person is doing, what properties they're visiting, what sanctions is being done, and what's the resolution, or if you're collecting a fine about it. Because it's time to pay the price of a salary person to do their job. So I would love to sit down with you, Dr. Ward, and discuss some of my ideas on code enforcement. I understand you said you had something in code enforcement related to me.
No, not related to you, but along the lines of what you're talking about, and not related to you personally. New business in terms of a discussion about code enforcement. I'd be happy to. Okay. So in my notes, I will tell you that I'm a little bit baffled by your complaint here specifically tonight, because my understanding is the entire village is up in arms right now about how overactive our new code enforcement officer is. And so in that regard, I will say that in the manager's report this month, I don't know how long it took you to do that. I honestly was fairly amazed that you included it in the report, because she typed out every single citation, verbal even, verbal warning, written, citation, every single one that was occurred this month, essentially, so far in that report. So I will tell you that I have until August 15th to address some landscaping and paint on my house, or I'll start incurring a $150 fine a day. And that's after 60 days of extension, which I did through proper channels, not as a favor because I'm vice mayor. But this is, 4 kids, all kinds of stuff going on. I got 2 extensions, and then now, according to the way she does, her job, which she's doing her job, to a degree that there are many people complaining about how almost overzealous she is in terms of the repetitiveness and the frequency with which she's visiting properties. And so it's a shock to the neighborhood, because there has not been consistent code enforcement since before I got here 7.5 years ago. So my understanding is it's been 10, 12 years since there was an actual active code enforcement officer, which is partly how we found ourselves in this position. We've discussed having a town hall for code enforcement specifically because we have such, I call her a little bulldog. She's so outrageously active that we need to have a town hall so that residents understand what's happening, because nobody has seen a code enforcement officer truly for a considerable amount of time. And then now here she is, as you're saying, like in your driveway repeatedly, and things to that effect. I won't speak at the moment to the way that she answered the email. I don't disagree with you that you sent an email to the chief, you expected a response from the chief, is what it sounds like, and instead you have someone who's essentially copied on it, get it in your face about it. And so, I haven't seen the email, but I certainly won't disagree with your being upset about that. Sounds perfectly reasonable. The point being that my new business to bring up was actually to discuss with the manager to refocus on. I have line of sight, construction, and hazard written down. So line of sight in the village is a problem, and is a direct hazard to cars, navigating intersections. Certainly the overgrowth over the walkways and the sidewalks themselves are an issue, but the overgrowth, at least from, I'll trim my neighbor's, he doesn't live there, so when I see his things getting overgrown, I'll go out there and trim them. My neighbor on the other side, similarly, but obviously not everybody in the village, does that for neighbors. And so I have obviously, you can't not notice it, been aware of the sidewalks being impeded by vegetation, right? So I have line of sight construction and then, other hazards as a focus for our code enforcement officer. She worked in a larger municipality before. This is a very small municipality. She seems to be incredibly diligent and efficient to where she is able to visit almost every part of the village throughout each week. And in addition to that, one thing I wanted to bring up was with the business licenses. So she's even been on top. She's even been on top of people who are running a business out of their home that either aren't registered or otherwise. And so it's up to this council to establish a uniform application of this, because you have people, you have real estate agents, you have attorneys, you have people who own short-term rentals, you have people doing private fitness training or other. You have lots of different types of personal business taking place in the village, and there's an unequal kind of application of who is essentially allowed to do that free license with no registration, no taxing, or anything. And then other people who might be more visible, are now subject to code enforcement officer being aware and taking action. So, what I was going to bring up was that our code enforcement officer Shahryar is so outrageously active that we need to create a priority of focus on where that incredible energy needs to go. I've actually been back and forth with my wife about this, because the truth is, part of the shock of Officer Shahryar is that nobody has done the job to that degree in so long, that now she's visible everywhere. She's in, I've had face-to-face interactions with her on my property. I invited her on my property. Everything she told me that I needed to be fixed with my property, I was obviously aware of, because it's my property. I didn't disagree with her on it. It just was a matter of how much time do I need to be able to address these issues, right? And so in that regard, I find her to be a little bit refreshing because of how diligent she's been, even though she's, like I said, I call her a little bulldog, because of how aggressive she really does seem to be. And so that's what I mean by I'm a little bit confused by your complaint here tonight, because you have been in our face for a number of years saying nothing's being done, talking to a dead wall. Why won't anybody do anything? And then now here your complaint is this person's too aggressive. And so, again, I don't disagree with what you're upset about in terms of the communication. I understand that. I would be upset as well. But realize that we have an outrageously active, proactive, efficient, and organized code enforcement officer right now, to the point that many people in the village want her gone. That's the news on the street, is why is this person so in my face right now? And the answer is we haven't had anybody doing that job consistently for so long that it is a shock to the system in the village. So I would say that this is already something that's at least on my radar, and I came tonight with the direct intention of bringing this up in terms of, we need to focus this energy, because she certainly does seem to have an incredible amount of energy, ability, and passion for the job, honestly. And so I don't know that we want to discourage her from that, but essentially maybe, guide it in a specific direction, right? And that what might fall with a manager specifically in that task. But having said that, do you find that my opinion of the situation is completely off of base from what your perception of the situation is? Are we on the same page, or are we?
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're not. And you could call her a pit bull. I could call her aggressive. Either way, it's the same communication. However, you need to be professional. You don't need to be rude to the community at large. Okay. One, in my street, if she has driven by, it must be at 12 o'clock at night. I'm in my window. My work window is in the front of the house, and
Midnight.
I don't see.
You're saying midnight.
Mr.
Rivera,
on behalf of the village council, I want to apologize to you. I'm sure the manager has heard everything you said, and that she is totally capable of addressing the situation appropriately.
Okay.
I feel bad for you at this point. that you feel ignored and that you've been rudely spoken to or dealt with. Whatever the situation, I apologize on behalf of the village. That is not the
no
way.
need.
Oh, may I finish? That is not the way we perceive things. That is not the way we advocate. Whatever the situation, I'm sure it can be worked out. Okay? I'm sure it can be worked out. My only prayer is that you won't take it personally and that when you see the results, your energy will come back to us with the same acknowledgement as I'm giving you tonight. I believe you're frustrated right now, and understandably so. So what my colleague is saying to you is, we've not had the level, and since you haven't been the recipient at this point, I don't think that's your problem. I think it's the way you feel that's really getting in the way of what we're trying to get accomplished. But our situation here is to work it out, not to make it worse.
I agree.
And with that said, give us some time.
I agree.
Give us some time, because I was once you. Okay, I was once you, complaining to a council that I worked with, but I didn't live in the community. I was you once.
Right.
Okay, but it wasn't to be taken personally. What it was is for me to understand processes and get to the root of the situation. And so you're bringing rather than the cause of analysis, you brought to us the root of the problem. You want to be treated a little bit differently than you have been, and you want to know that your complaint is just as valid as what my colleague has just said, Vice Mayor Urban has just said, and that results will happen.
Right.
I appreciate you coming to us, and I don't want to belabor the point. The code enforcement officer does work with the city manager, and I'm sure that she will do what she can to address the situation forthwith. And as you see the results that you're looking for occurring, I hope you'll come back to the council and let us know.
I agree 100% with you, Dr. Ward. And again, I welcome you as the chair, since previously, we didn't have the right code enforcement people and we didn't have the right chairs involved. A lot of things were swept under the table. I appreciate issues being of concern being repaired now. But when it's obvious that you have a white roof, but it's all black mold in there, something has to be done. It's obvious when you have 2 feet of weed in front of your house, something has to be done. It's obvious when you leave your garbage can outside 4 days after pickup, and the next day it's the next day of pickup. Come on, you're not driving by my street, or you're just ignoring it. Okay? But do not write to me in the sense that you're talking to a 3rd grader. Okay? Do not tell me that since I did not identify myself, here's the governor signing a new bill effective July 1 without giving me the name or the statute number. You want to go there? Give me the information. Because if I'm going to give you a complaint or an issue, I'm going to try to put my horses together, not the wagon in front.
Understood, and thank you so much.
Thank you, and I appreciate having such a late meeting.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? How are we looking on Zoom? Thumbs up. Anybody else from the audience for good and welfare? Vice Mayor, you covered your new business pretty good?
Yeah, for the evening, that's fine. Yep.
Okay. All right, you guys, seeing nobody else for good and welfare, do I have any last comments or questions? You guys good? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
You do.
Motion moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. The council meeting for Tuesday, July 27, 2021 is adjourned at 11:48 p.m. Thank you, guys.